Welcome, fellow wanderer of ancient mysteries, to the deepest chronicles of our planet's most majestic and terrible guardians, where the echoes of primordial roars still whisper through the chambers of deep time. Tonight we shall journey through millions of years of hidden history, from the age when colossal beings first walked among humanity to the dawn of our modern coexistence with forces that shake the very foundations of the earth. Let the rhythm of distant thunder and the call of ancient kings carry you into peaceful slumber as we walk together through the halls of forgotten legends where titans and mortals dance their eternal struggle. Close your eyes now and let the timeline unfold like gentle waves upon distant shores. In the beginning of all things, when the world was young and the surface of the earth burned with radiation that would prove deadly to the creatures that would one day inherit it, there ruled beings of such colossal magnificence that the very mountains seemed small in their presence. These were the Titans, the first lords of creation, creatures whose bodies had evolved to feast upon the radioactive forces that bathed the primordial world in deadly splendor. Millions of years before the first human would draw breath or speak a word, these ancient guardians walked across continents that bore no resemblance to the lands we know today. Their footsteps carved valleys, their movements shifted the courses of rivers, and their breath could alter the very atmosphere itself. They were not mere animals driven by simple hunger or territorial instinct, but beings of profound intelligence whose understanding of the natural world operated on scales that encompassed geological ages rather than the brief seasons that would one day measure mortal lives. The radiation that sustained them flowed from the Earth's core like invisible rivers of power, and where they walked, the planet itself responded to their presence. Some among them were destroyers, beings whose nature was chaos and whose passage left devastation in their wake. Others were guardians, creatures whose every instinct was devoted to the preservation and nurturing of the delicate balance that allowed life to flourish in the spaces between their titanic domains. When the earliest tribes of humanity began their long climb from the caves and shelters where they had learned to make fire and fashion tools from stone, they found a world where these colossal beings still walked openly beneath the sun and stars. Yet, rather than fleeing in terror from creatures whose smallest movement could crush entire settlements, these ancient peoples discovered something remarkable. Some of the Titans were not destroyers but protectors, beings whose presence could shield human communities from the more hostile forces that prowled the wilderness. Near these benevolent Titans, the first permanent human settlements began to take root. Villages and towns whose inhabitants learned to live in harmony with guardians whose shadows could cover their homes like living mountains. The relationship that developed between these early peoples and their titanic protectors was unlike anything that would ever exist again. A symbiosis built not upon dominance or servitude, but upon mutual respect and understanding that transcended the vast differences in size and power that separated the species. These ancient humans built their temples and monuments not to distant gods, but to living guardians whose presence was as real as the earth beneath their feet. They offered tribute not out of fear, but out of gratitude, sharing the fruits of their labor with beings who asked for nothing but whose protection was worth more than any treasure that human hands could craft or human minds could conceive. In time, some among these early peoples developed abilities that modern science would struggle to explain or accept. Forms of communication that required neither spoken word nor written symbol, but operated through direct contact between minds separated by millions of years of evolutionary development. The telepathic bonds that formed between certain humans and their titanic guardians represented the closest approach to true understanding between species that the world had ever witnessed. Through these mental connections, human consciousness touched the vast and ancient intelligence of the Titans, experiencing glimpses of memories that stretched back through geological ages to the very formation of the planet itself. In return, the Titans gained insight into the quick-burning but intensely creative nature of human thought, learning to appreciate the value of beings whose lives were measured in decades rather than millennia. but whose capacity for growth and adaptation exceeded anything their own species had achieved. The cultures that grew up around these relationships were unlike any that would follow, civilizations that incorporated the wisdom and perspective of beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless species, the shifting of continents, and the slow dance of evolution across millions of years. Their art depicted not merely human achievements but the great cycles of creation and destruction that governed all existence, while their stories passed down through generations contained truths about the nature of life itself that would be lost to later ages. Each community that developed around a particular titan took on characteristics that reflected their guardian's nature and abilities. Those who lived under the protection of creatures associated with the earth itself became master builders and engineers, creating structures that harmonized with the natural landscape rather than dominating it. Communities that found shelter with aerial titans developed into cultures that understood weather patterns and celestial movements with an accuracy that would not be matched again for thousands of years. The peoples who were blessed with the guardianship of aquatic titans became the greatest navigators and explorers the world had ever known, crossing oceans in vessels that were guided not by instruments, but by the subtle communications of their protectors, who could sense currents and weather patterns across vast distances. Their maps charted not merely coastlines and islands, but the underwater territories of beings whose domain encompassed the deepest trenches and most remote reaches of the prehistoric seas. Yet, as is the way with all species that achieve great power and knowledge, there arose among humanity those whose wisdom was corrupted by ambition, and whose gratitude was poisoned by the desire to possess what had been freely given. These individuals looked upon the great titans not as guardians to be honored but as weapons to be controlled, forces that could be directed against enemies and used to establish dominion over rival communities. The first attempts to enslave or manipulate the titans were subtle, involving not direct confrontation but psychological manipulation designed to redirect their protective instincts toward aggressive purposes. Certain human leaders began to convince their titanic guardians that other communities posed threats that required preemptive action, while others sought to use their telepathic connections to implant suggestions that would override the creature's natural, peaceful inclinations. For a time, these efforts seemed to succeed, as conflicts erupted between communities that had previously coexisted in harmony, each side convinced that their survival depended upon the destruction of their neighbors. The Titans, confused by contradictory impulses that seemed to come from their human partners but felt foreign to their own nature, found themselves drawn into battles that served no purpose they could understand and achieved no goals that aligned with their ancient role as guardians of life. The wars that followed were unlike any conflict that the Earth had ever witnessed or would witness again, as beings whose individual power exceeded that of entire armies clashed across continents in battles that reshaped the very geography of the planet. Mountains were leveled and new ranges thrust up from the Earth, while seas were boiled away or redirected into entirely new channels by forces that operated on scales beyond human comprehension. Yet, the Titans were not merely weapons in human hands, but thinking beings whose intelligence, while different from that of their smaller partners, was in many ways far superior to human reasoning. As the conflicts escalated and the destruction mounted, more and more of these ancient guardians began to recognize that they were being manipulated by those they had sought to protect, used as tools in struggles that served the ambitions of individuals rather than the welfare of the communities they had sworn to defend. The rebellion of the Titans against their human manipulators was swift and terrible, as creatures that had been gentle protectors revealed the full extent of the power they had previously kept restrained. The communities that had sought to weaponize their guardians found themselves facing the wrath of beings whose anger was all the more devastating because it was guided by intelligence that could anticipate and counter every human strategy. The war between humanity and the Titans that erupted from this betrayal was a conflict that neither side could truly win, for while the Titans possessed overwhelming individual power, humanity had numbers and the capacity for rapid adaptation that allowed them to develop new tactics and technologies with each passing generation. The battlefields of this ancient war were littered not only with human casualties but with the remains of creatures whose deaths represented the loss of irreplaceable knowledge and wisdom accumulated over millions of years. It was during the height of this conflict that the Great Cataclysm struck, a disaster whose origins remain mysterious, but whose effects transformed the entire world in the span of a few catastrophic years. Whether it was a cosmic impact, a massive volcanic eruption, or some combination of natural disasters triggered by the war itself, the result was a rapid cooling of the global climate that brought about what would later be called the Ice Age. The sudden drop in global temperatures had profound effects upon both the human and Titan populations, but it was the Titans who were most dramatically affected by the change. Creatures that had thrived in the warm, radiation-rich environment of the prehistoric world found themselves struggling to survive in conditions that no longer provided the energy they required to maintain their colossal forms and complex biological processes. Faced with extinction or adaptation, the surviving Titans made a choice that would reshape the balance of power on Earth for millions of years to come. Rather than remain on the increasingly cold and radiation-poor surface, they retreated into the deep places of the Earth, following underground passages and caverns that led to regions where geothermal activity and radioactive deposits still provided the energy they needed to survive. The Great Migration into what would later be called the Hollow Earth was not a panicked flight, but an organized withdrawal conducted with the dignity and intelligence that had always characterized the Titan species. They established territories in the vast underground spaces that honeycombed the planet's interior, creating a hidden world that operated according to its own laws and rhythms, separate from the surface domain that humanity would eventually claim as their own. As the surface world grew cold and barren, the surviving pockets of human civilization found themselves cut off from the Titans, who had once been such an integral part of their cultures and communities. Without the guidance and protection of their colossal guardians, many human settlements failed entirely, their populations either dying out or scattering into nomadic bands that struggled to survive in the harsh new climate. The memories of the age when humans and Titans had lived together began to fade as generations passed, and the immediate challenges of survival took precedence over preserving the stories and traditions of earlier times. Yet some communities managed to maintain their cultural connections to the vanished guardians, passing down tales and legends that preserved fragments of the truth about humanity's relationship with the colossal beings who had once walked among them. These surviving stories gradually transformed from historical accounts into mythological narratives, as the literal truth of Titan existence became harder to believe in a world where such creatures were no longer visible. The great protectors became gods and demons in human imagination, their actual characteristics and behaviors filtered through countless retellings until only the emotional core of the relationships remained recognizable. Among all these fragmentary legends, one figure emerged with particular clarity and consistency across multiple cultures and continents. The great Titan who had risen to become the ultimate protector of humanity during their darkest hours, a being whose power and wisdom had exceeded even those of his fellow guardians. This creature, known by many names but most commonly remembered as Godzilla, became the central figure in humanity's collective memory of the age when giants walked the earth. The stories told of this greatest of guardians spoke of battles fought against forces of pure destruction, conflicts where the survival of all life on Earth had hung in the balance until Godzilla's intervention turned the tide. Most prominent among these legendary conflicts was his confrontation with the three-headed Dragon King, a creature of such malevolent power that its very presence threatened to corrupt and destroy everything it encountered. This enemy, known in different cultures by various names but most commonly called Ghidorah, was described as a being that came not from the Earth itself, but from the cold depths of space, an alien presence whose nature was antithetical to all terrestrial life. The battle between Godzilla and this cosmic destroyer was said to have raged across continents and lasted for years, with the fate of every living thing depending upon its outcome. The victory of Godzilla over the three-headed destroyer became the foundation myth for dozens of human cultures. The story that explained how life had been preserved and protected even when the forces of chaos had seemed overwhelming. Yet this triumph had come at a cost, for the great guardian himself had been exhausted by the conflict and had chosen to join his fellow titans in their retreat from the surface world. As the Earth's surface became the undisputed domain of humanity and radiation levels dropped to levels that could no longer sustain the Titans' massive forms, these ancient guardians established their hidden kingdom in the vast spaces that existed beneath the outer layer of the planet. Powered by the radiation that emanated from the Earth's core and connected by a network of tunnels and caverns that spanned the globe, the hollow Earth became a refuge where the old ways could be preserved and the ancient wisdom could be maintained. Yet the separation between the surface and underground worlds was not complete, for there existed certain locations where the barriers between the two realms remained thin enough to allow passage between them. These gateways, scattered across the planet and often hidden in remote or dangerous locations, served as connection points where the two worlds could still interact when circumstances demanded such contact. One of the most significant of these passage points was located on a remote island in the Pacific, a place that would come to be known as Skull Island. Here, the volcanic activity and unique geological conditions created an environment where creatures from both worlds could coexist, where surface dwellers could encounter beings that belonged properly to the deeper realms of the Earth. It was on this island that one particular lineage of Titans chose to remain, rather than retreating entirely into the hollow Earth with their kindred. These were the great apes, beings of enormous size and intelligence whose protective instincts made them ideal guardians for the human population that had also taken refuge on the island. Over the course of thousands of years, a unique relationship developed between these colossal primates and the human tribe known as the Iwi, a partnership that echoed the ancient symbiosis that had once existed between humanity and Titans across the entire world. The Iwi people, isolated on their island home and protected by their gigantic guardians, maintained cultural traditions and knowledge that had been lost to the rest of humanity. Their stories and rituals preserved accurate memories of the age when Titans and humans had lived together, while their understanding of the natural world included awareness of the hidden realm beneath the Earth and the passages that connected the two worlds. Yet even on Skull Island, the peace between humans and their protectors was not absolute, for the island also served as a home to creatures whose nature was more destructive than protective. These beings, known to the Iwi as skull crawlers, were predators whose hunger and aggression posed a constant threat to the delicate balance that allowed both humans and their gentle guardians to coexist. The ongoing struggle between the protective Titans and the predatory skull crawlers became the central dynamic of life on Skull Island, a microcosm of the larger conflicts that had once raged across the entire world during the age when giants walked openly beneath the sun. The great apes who served as the island's guardians were locked in an eternal battle to maintain the safety of their human partners, a responsibility that would eventually fall upon the shoulders of a single, magnificent survivor who would come to be known simply as Kong. In the deep places of the Earth, where the ancient Titans had established their hidden kingdom and the passages between worlds waited to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out, the stage was being set for new chapters in the long story of the relationship between humanity and the colossal forces that had shaped the planet since the dawn of time. The age of open coexistence was ending, but the age of rediscovery was about to begin. In the year 1944, when the world was consumed by the greatest war in human history, and the skies above distant oceans bore witness to conflicts that would reshape the balance of nations. Two men whose uniforms declared them enemies found themselves thrust together into circumstances that would transform their understanding of what constituted true danger and genuine alliance. The vast Pacific theater of operations, where American and Japanese forces clashed across thousands of miles of open water and scattered islands, had become a testing ground not only for military strategy and technological innovation, but for the limits of human courage when confronted with forces that transcended the boundaries of any single nation's understanding. Lieutenant Hank Marlowe, a young American pilot whose training had prepared him for aerial combat against human adversaries, but not for encounters with forces that predated human civilization itself, found his aircraft spiraling out of control above waters whose blue depths concealed mysteries that no military intelligence briefing had ever contemplated. His opponent in those final moments of aerial combat, Gunpei Ikari, was a seasoned Japanese aviator whose dedication to his emperor and homeland had driven him to accept missions that carried little hope of return, yet whose sense of honor demanded that he face whatever fate awaited him with dignity befitting a warrior of the rising sun. The collision that sent both aircraft plummeting toward the ocean below was the result not of superior skill or tactical advantage, but of the simple mathematics of physics and the unpredictable nature of combat between machines whose capabilities had been pushed beyond their design limitations. In those desperate seconds as their planes fell from the sky in flames and smoke, both pilots understood that their war against each other had become irrelevant compared to the immediate challenge of surviving their descent into waters that stretched empty and hostile to the horizon in every direction. The island that rose from the Pacific swells to meet their burning aircraft was not marked on any chart that either military command possessed, its existence known only to the ancient powers that had shaped the ocean floors and the few human inhabitants who had learned to live in harmony with forces that modern civilization had forgotten. Skull Island, as it would later be designated by those who survived encounters with its mysteries, stood wreathed in perpetual storm clouds that served both to conceal its presence from casual observation and to protect its unique ecosystem from contamination by the outside world. The impact of the crashing aircraft upon the island's rocky shores was witnessed by eyes both human and decidedly non-human. As creatures whose ancestors had ruled the earth when mankind was nothing more than a distant evolutionary possibility observed the arrival of these unexpected visitors from the world beyond the storm barriers. The twisted wreckage of metal and glass that scattered across the beach bore testimony to the violence of technological warfare, yet it represented only the gentlest introduction to the kinds of conflict that had raged across this island since long before the first human had learned to fashion tools from stone. Lieutenant Marlowe's survival of the crash that should have killed him outright was due more to chance and the peculiarities of the island's unique atmospheric conditions than to any particular skill or preparation on his part, for nothing in his military training had prepared him for the transition from aerial combat to jungle survival in an environment where the normal rules of natural history had been suspended in favor of biological possibilities that existed nowhere else on Earth. His first conscious moments after the impact were filled with the sounds of an alien world, roars and calls that spoke of creatures whose vocal capabilities exceeded those of any animals that modern zoology had catalogued. The discovery of Gunpei's survival came not through any systematic search but through the accidental encounter that resulted when both men, drawn by the smoke of their burning aircraft, arrived simultaneously at the crash site from different directions. The moment of recognition between former enemies should have resulted in renewed conflict, as military doctrine and national loyalty demanded that they continue their war regardless of changed circumstances. Yet both found themselves hesitating in the face of dangers that made their human disagreements seem petty and irrelevant. The creature that emerged from the jungle to investigate the disturbance created by the crashes was unlike anything that either pilot's experience or imagination had prepared them to encounter. A being of such colossal proportions that the very ground shook beneath its footsteps, while its intelligence was immediately apparent in eyes that regarded the two small humans with curiosity rather than hostility. Kong, though neither Marlowe nor Ikari knew the name by which the island's native inhabitants honored their protector, stood before them as living proof that the world contained wonders and terrors that transcended anything their respective nations' scientists or military leaders had conceived. The initial fear that gripped both men in the presence of the giant ape was natural and inevitable, for every instinct developed through millions of years of human evolution screamed warnings about the danger posed by predators of such overwhelming size and obvious physical capability. Yet, something in the creature's demeanor, a quality that seemed to communicate intelligence and restraint despite its capacity for destruction, prevented the paralysis of terror that might have left them helpless before whatever intentions the beast might harbor toward uninvited visitors to its domain. The moment of truth came when Gunpei, whether through desperation or a samurai's acceptance of fate, drew his service weapon and fired at the towering figure that blocked their escape route from the crash site. The bullets that struck Kong's massive form were no more effective than raindrops against a mountain. Yet the giant's response revealed characteristics that neither military training nor cultural background had prepared either pilot to understand. Rather than responding with the violent retaliation that such an attack should have provoked from any normal animal, Kong simply looked down at the tiny human who had dared to challenge him, then turned and walked away into the jungle without any display of anger or aggressive intent. This first lesson in the true nature of Skull Island's primary inhabitant was immediately followed by education of a more practical sort. As the sounds that had been growing steadily louder during their encounter with Kong resolved themselves into the approach of predators whose intentions were decidedly less benevolent than those of the giant ape. The skull crawlers that emerged from various hiding places around the crash site were creatures whose evolutionary development had been guided not by any impulse toward protection or nurturing, but by millions of years of refinement in the, quote, arts of hunting and killing. The alliance that formed between Marlowe and Ikari in the face of immediate mortal danger was born not from any philosophical reconciliation of their national differences, but from the simple recognition that survival against predators of Tuemi. Such capability would require every advantage that cooperation could provide. The American's skill with his military firearms was matched by the Japanese pilot's expertise in close-quarters combat, while both possessed the kind of tactical training that could mean the difference between life and death when facing opponents whose abilities exceeded those of any enemy they had been trained to fight. The running battle that followed their first encounter with the skull crawlers took both men across terrain that revealed the true scope of the island's biological impossibilities. As they fled through forests where insects the size of small aircraft buzzed between trees that towered higher than any cathedral, while underfoot the very earth seemed to pulse with life forms that bore no resemblance to anything that existed in the world beyond the storm barriers. Every step carried them deeper into an ecosystem that operated according to principles that challenged every assumption about the limitations of natural selection and evolutionary development. The discovery that Kong was not merely a single anomalous creature, but the protector of an entire human community came when their desperate flight from pursuing predators brought them to the massive wall that surrounded the village of the Pros of Human Place, Anhem. Iwi people, whose existence on Skull Island had been sustained for countless generations through the Guardian's vigilance and protection. The sight of the towering barrier, constructed from materials and according to principles that spoke of both primitive technology and sophisticated understanding of defensive architecture, provided the first evidence that human intelligence had found ways to coexist with forces that seemed to dwarf any possibility of successful resistance. The reception that Marlowe and Ikari received from the Iwi villagers was cautious but not hostile. as these people had developed cultural protocols for dealing with unexpected visitors that reflected their long experience with the island's tendency to produce situations that challenged conventional responses. The language barriers that separated the American and Japanese pilots from their hosts were gradually overcome through the universal human capacity for gesture and demonstration, while the more fundamental challenge of understanding the island's unique social dynamics required days of careful observation and gradual integration into community activities. The elderly iwi, who served as keeper of his people's oral traditions, proved to be the key to unlocking the mysteries that surrounded the pilot's new environment, as his stories, communicated through a combination of spoken word, carved symbols, and elaborate pantomime, revealed the true history of Skull Island and the relationship between its human and non-human inhabitants. Through these accounts, Marlowe and Ikari learned that Kong was not merely a random giant, but the last survivor of a species that had once numbered in the hundreds. Creatures whose role as protectors had been established through conflicts that spanned geological ages. The revelation that the skullcrawlers represented not merely dangerous predators, but an existential threat to all life on the island, transformed the pilot's understanding of their situation from a temporary survival challenge into participation in an ongoing war that had raged since long before their arrival and would continue long after their eventual departure. The iwi elders' stories made clear that Kong's protection of the human village was not an arbitrary choice, but the fulfillment of an ancient compact between species. A relationship that imposed obligations and responsibilities upon both parties that transcended individual preference or convenience. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, both Marlowe and Ikari found themselves adapting to life within the island's unique social ecosystem, learning skills and perspectives that their military training had never contemplated while developing relationships that challenged every assumption their respective cultures had instilled about the nature of honor, loyalty, and duty. The friendship that grew between the former enemies was built not upon any rejection of their national identities, but upon the recognition that their shared humanity created bonds that were deeper and more permanent than the temporary divisions that warfare had imposed upon them. The practical education that both men received in the arts of survival within Skull Island's dangerous environment was supplemented by philosophical instruction in the island's unique worldview, as the iwi people shared their understanding of the relationships between different forms of life and the responsibilities that intelligence imposed upon those who possessed it. Their concept of harmony between human and non-human inhabitants was not based upon domination or control, but upon mutual recognition of each species' contribution to the island's overall stability and prosperity. The sight of Kong defending the village against a coordinated skull-crawler attack provided both pilots with their most dramatic demonstration of why the giant ape's protection was essential to the survival of human life on the 40 island, as the battle that raged across the settlement's outskirts revealed both the incredible power of the attacking predators and the equally impressive capabilities of their protector. The speed and intelligence with which Kong identified and countered the various tactical approaches employed by the skullcrawlers made clear that his role as guardian required not merely size and strength, but strategic thinking of a high order. The participation of both Marlowe and Ikari in the defense of the village marked their full integration into the island's community, as they employed their military training and modern weapons to support Kong's efforts in ways that demonstrated the value of cooperation between very different kinds of intelligence and capability. The success of this joint defense against overwhelming odds provided practical validation of the theoretical principles that the iwi elder had explained through his traditional stories, showing that harmony between species was not merely an abstract ideal, but a functional necessity for survival in environments where cooperation was the only alternative to extinction. The construction project that occupied much of their time during the quieter periods between skull-crawler attacks was the gradual assembly of an aircraft that might eventually enable their escape from the island. Using materials salvaged from their crashed planes combined with resources provided by their iwi hosts and techniques developed through trial and error over months of experimentation. This work served not only the practical purpose of creating a potential means of departure, but also provided both men with a focus for their technical skills that helped maintain their sense of purpose and identity during the long period of uncertain waiting. Yet as the months passed and their makeshift aircraft gradually took shape, both Marlowe and Ikari found themselves increasingly conflicted about the prospect of leaving an island where they had discovered forms of life and relationships that existed nowhere else on Earth, where their presence had become integral to a community whose survival depended upon every member's contribution. The bonds they had formed with the iwi people and their growing understanding of Kong's role as protector had created emotional connections that challenged their original assumption that escape from the island represented an unquestionably desirable goal. The decision that eventually forced their hand came not from any completion of their escape preparations, but from the escalation of skullcrawler activity that threatened to overwhelm even Kong's formidable defensive capabilities, as the predators seemed to be coordinating their attacks with unprecedented sophistication and determination. The intelligence that drove these assaults suggested that something had changed in the island's ecosystem, some factor that was driving the skullcrawlers to take risks and employ strategies that their previous behavior patterns had never included. The source of this change became apparent when Ikari's exploration of the island's cave systems revealed evidence of skullcrawler breeding activity on a scale that dwarfed anything the iwi legends had described, with egg clusters and juvenile specimens indicating that a population explosion was underway that would soon produce numbers of predators that even Kong could not hope to contain. The implications of this discovery were clear to all who understood the island's ecological balance. Unless something was done to disrupt the skullcrawler reproductive cycle, the entire island would soon be overrun by predators that would eliminate every other form of life. The mission that both pilots volunteered to undertake, despite the obvious dangers and minimal chances of success, was a direct assault upon the skullcrawler breeding grounds deep within the island's cave networks. Using explosive charges improvised from the remaining ordnance in their crashed aircraft, combined with incendiary materials provided by their iwi allies. The plan required them to penetrate territories that no human had ever entered and survive long enough to place their charges in locations where the resulting explosions would cause maximum disruption to the skullcrawler reproductive infrastructure. The farewell that Marlowe and Ikari received from the iwi village was conducted according to traditions that honored warriors departing for battles from which they were not expected to return. Ceremonies that acknowledged both the necessity of their mission and the probability that their sacrifice would be remembered long after their deaths. The gifts they received from their hosts included not only practical equipment for their underground journey, but also symbolic items that represented their full acceptance as members of the community whose survival they were attempting to ensure. The descent into the skullcrawler tunnels revealed an underground ecosystem that was even more alien and threatening than the island's surface environment. As the two men found themselves navigating through passages that had been carved by creatures whose size and capabilities were matched by intelligence that approached human levels in its complexity and adaptability, the evidence of skullcrawler social organization that they encountered during their journey suggested that these predators were not merely random killers, but members of a species whose collaborative abilities rivaled those of any social insects. The placement of their explosive charges required both men to work in close proximity to skullcrawler eggs and juvenile specimens whose very presence posed constant threats of discovery and attack, while the unstable nature of their improvised explosives meant that any mistake in timing or positioning could result in premature detonation that would eliminate the saboteurs along with their targets. The precision and coordination that their mission required drew upon every aspect of their military training while demanding levels of courage and commitment that exceeded anything their previous experience had tested. The explosion that followed their successful placement of the charges created a chain reaction that collapsed large sections of the skull crawler tunnel network while eliminating breeding populations that would have matured into threats, capable of overwhelming the island's surface defenses. Yet the success of their mission came at a cost that both men had anticipated but hoped to avoid. As Ikari was caught in one of the cave-ins that their sabotage had triggered and died beneath tons of falling stone while ensuring that Marlowe could escape to carry news of their success back to the surface. The return journey that brought Marlowe back to the Iwi village was accomplished alone, carrying with him both the news of their mission's success and the grief of losing a man who had transformed from enemy to brother through their shared experiences on an island where the normal rules of human conflict had been suspended in favor of more fundamental concerns about survival and cooperation. The reception that awaited him was bittersweet, as the village celebrated the elimination of the skullcrawler threat while mourning the loss of a man who had become part of their community. The memorial service that the Iwi conducted for Ikari was based upon traditions that honored those who had died protecting the community, regardless of their origins or the circumstances that had brought them to the island. Ceremonies that reflected a worldview in which individual sacrifice for collective survival was recognized as the highest form of human achievement. The integration of elements from both American and Japanese military traditions into the service demonstrated the community's respect for both men's cultural backgrounds while affirming their common humanity. In the years that followed, as Marlowe adapted to permanent residence on Skull Island and gradually assumed a role as liaison between the human and non-human inhabitants, he maintained hope that eventual contact with the outside world might provide opportunities to share the knowledge and perspectives that his experience had given him. Yet he also understood that the island's secrets were too dangerous to be widely known, too powerful to be trusted to civilizations that had proven themselves incapable of managing far less significant responsibilities. The lessons that Marlowe learned during his decades on Skull Island about the possibilities and requirements of genuine cooperation between species would eventually prove crucial when later visitors arrived with their own agendas and assumptions about the relationship between human ambition and natural forces. His understanding of Kong's role as protector and the delicate balance that sustained all life on the island would provide guidance that could mean the difference between disaster and coexistence for those who possessed the wisdom to listen and learn. The friendship that had developed between an American pilot and a Japanese aviator on a remote Pacific island during the greatest war in human history had demonstrated that the divisions that separated nations and cultures were less fundamental than the bonds that could unite all forms of intelligent life when they faced challenges that required cooperation rather than competition. The example they had set would resonate through the decades that followed, providing proof that understanding between species was possible when it was built upon mutual respect and recognition of shared interests in survival and prosperity. In the year 1952, when the world was slowly emerging from the shadows of global warfare and beginning to grapple with new forms of conflict that would define the remainder of the century, three individuals whose lives had been shaped by very different experiences of duty, loss, and the pursuit of truth found themselves drawn together by circumstances that would transform their understanding of humanity's place in the natural order. The Philippines, still bearing the scars of occupation and liberation, had become a crossroads where the remnants of old empires intersected with the ambitions of emerging superpowers, creating an environment where the impossible seemed merely improbable and where scientific investigation could uncover truths that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality itself. Lieutenant Lee Shaw, a career military officer whose service record reflected the kind of steady competence that formed the backbone of America's post-war expansion into global responsibilities, found himself assigned to escort duties that seemed far removed from the strategic importance that his superiors had suggested would characterize his mission to this particular corner of the Pacific theater. His orders were straightforward in their simplicity, yet mysterious in their ultimate purpose. Provide security and logistical support for a Japanese scientist whose research had attracted the attention of intelligence agencies whose interest in academic work typically indicated discoveries with potential military applications. The revelation that Dr. Keiko Miura was not the male researcher that Shaw's briefing materials had led him to expect was merely the first of many assumptions that would be challenged during his time in the Philippines. As the young woman whose credentials included advanced degrees from institutions that had somehow continued their research programs, even during the darkest years of the Pacific War, possessed knowledge and expertise that exceeded that of most of her male colleagues in fields that were only beginning to emerge from the theoretical shadows into practical application. Dr. Miura's initial assessment of Lieutenant Shaw reflected her own cultural conditioning and professional experience with military personnel whose understanding of scientific method was typically limited to the practical applications that served immediate tactical objectives. Yet her recognition of his intelligence and adaptability came quickly as their working relationship developed into something that transcended the formal boundaries between escort and subject. The equipment she had brought to the Philippines represented the cutting edge of radiation detection technology. Instruments whose sensitivity exceeded anything that conventional military applications had required, and whose readings were providing data that challenged existing theories about the distribution and intensity of radioactive materials in Bokya, natural environments. The third member of what would become one of history's most consequential research teams was Billy Randa, a Navy veteran whose wartime experiences had left him with questions that official debriefings and psychiatric evaluations had failed to address adequately, driving him to pursue answers through unofficial channels that brought him into contact with individuals whose investigations paralleled his own search for truth. His background in naval operations had provided him with practical experience in environments where conventional explanations proved inadequate, while his personal obsession with documenting and understanding phenomena that defied official acknowledgement had made him a valuable resource for researchers who required both funding and protection from institutional interference. The convergence of these three individuals in a remote Philippine location was facilitated by the discovery of airborne radioisotopes whose concentration and distribution patterns suggested sources that could not be explained through any known natural processes or human activities. Readings that had prompted investigations by multiple agencies whose interest in radioactive materials reflected both scientific curiosity and national security concerns. The collaboration that developed among Shaw, Miura, and Randa was built upon their recognition that conventional approaches to understanding these anomalous readings would prove inadequate, requiring methods and perspectives that transcended traditional disciplinary boundaries. Billy Randa's contribution to their investigation was his understanding that the equipment and analytical techniques that Dr. Miura had brought to the Philippines, while sophisticated in their ability to detect and measure radioactive emissions, would not be sufficient to locate the sources of the phenomena they were studying. His insight, born from years of studying folklore and traditional knowledge systems that official science typically dismissed as superstition, was that the answers they sought might be found not through technological detection, but through careful attention to cultural memories and traditional stories that preserved accurate information about unusual events and encounters. The local population's stories about a dragon that carved paths of fire across the sky provided the crucial breakthrough that transformed their investigation from academic exercise into practical fieldwork. as Randa's interpretation of these accounts suggested that the mythological imagery concealed precise descriptions of phenomena that could be understood and tracked using modern scientific methods. His recommendation that they follow trails of ionizing radiation rather than relying solely on equipment readings led them to discoveries that validated both traditional knowledge and cutting-edge detection technology. The ship that their investigation led them to discover was the USS Lawton, a vessel whose official history recorded its destruction by enemy action in 1943, but whose actual fate had been far more mysterious and disturbing than military records indicated. Billy Randa's revelation that he had served aboard this ship and was its sole survivor transformed their academic investigation into a deeply personal quest for validation of experiences that had been dismissed by official inquiries, and medical examinations as hallucinations or psychological trauma resulting from combat stress. The truth that Randa had carried alone for nearly a decade was that the Lawton had been destroyed not by conventional enemy weapons, but by a creature whose existence challenged every assumption about the natural world that military and some scientific authorities were prepared to acknowledge. A being whose capabilities were so far beyond normal experience that official reports had been altered to provide explanations that protected institutional credibility at the cost of factual accuracy. His account of the attack that had claimed his ship and crewmates was supported by physical evidence that Shaw and Dr. Miura could verify through their own observations and measurements. The ion dragon that attacked their investigation team while they were examining the wreck of the Lawton provided dramatic confirmation of Randa's testimony, while simultaneously demonstrating the inadequacy of conventional military training and equipment when confronted with organisms whose biology and capabilities operated according to principles that terrestrial evolution had never produced. The creature that emerged from its hiding place to confront these uninvited investigators was unlike anything that zoological science had catalogued. Yet its behavior patterns and physical characteristics were consistent with Randa's descriptions of the being that had destroyed his ship nearly a decade earlier. Lieutenant Shaw's military training served him well during the encounter with the Ion Dragon, as his tactical thinking and leadership capabilities enabled their small team to coordinate an effective response to threats that exceeded anything their individual preparations had anticipated, while Dr. Miura's scientific background provided crucial insights into the creature's probable capabilities and limitations that informed their survival strategies. The combination of military discipline, scientific analysis, and Randa's hard-won experience with similar encounters created a synergy that allowed them to not only survive their first direct contact with what would later be classified as a Titan, but also to gather data that would form the foundation for decades of subsequent research. The success of their mission in the Philippines provided validation for research approaches that had been dismissed by official science and military doctrine, demonstrating that phenomena which challenged conventional understanding could be studied and documented using rigorous methods, provided that investigators were willing to abandon preconceptions about the limitations of natural possibility. The evidence they had gathered regarding the existence of creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of any known species created opportunities for expanded research that would require funding and institutional support on scales that private initiative could never provide. Lee Shaw's recognition that their discoveries had implications that extended far beyond academic interest led him to approach military and governmental authorities with proposals for systematic investigation of similar phenomena, arguing that national security considerations demanded comprehensive understanding of forces that could pose threats to conventional military capabilities. His presentation to defense officials emphasized the strategic importance of gaining knowledge about creatures whose existence, if widespread, could render obsolete entire categories of military planning and tactical doctrine. The initial skepticism that greeted Shaw's reports was overcome through the presentation of physical evidence and documented testimony that could not be dismissed as misidentification or psychological trauma, while the discovery of additional anomalous readings in regions around the world suggested that the Philippines encounter had revealed not an isolated phenomenon, but part of a global pattern that demanded systematic investigation. The authorization for expanded research came with funding levels that reflected both the potential importance of their discoveries and the official recognition that conventional approaches to understanding these phenomena had proven inadequate. The formation of what would become known as Project Monarch represented a transformation from informal collaboration among interested individuals into a structured organization with governmental backing and military oversight. Yet the transition from independent research to official program created tensions between scientific objectivity and institutional priorities that would influence the project's development throughout its history. The balance between civilian scientific leadership and military administrative control reflected competing priorities between understanding these phenomena and controlling their potential applications. Dr. Miura's appointment as lead researcher for the expanded investigation reflected both her established expertise in radiation detection and her proven ability to work effectively with military personnel whose understanding of scientific method was often limited to practical applications, while her cultural background provided perspectives on the relationship between traditional knowledge and modern technology that proved crucial for interpreting evidence that challenged conventional theoretical frameworks. Her leadership style emphasized collaborative decision-making and interdisciplinary cooperation that maximized the contributions of team members whose backgrounds and expertise covered a wide range of relevant specializations. Billy Randa's role within the formal structure of Project Monarch was complicated by his status as an unofficial researcher whose methods and sources of information often operated outside conventional academic channels. Yet his demonstrated ability to locate and interpret evidence that eluded more traditional approaches made him an invaluable resource for investigations that required thinking beyond established disciplinary boundaries. His connections within veteran communities and his knowledge of traditional folklore provided access to information sources that official channels could never penetrate. The romantic relationship that developed between Lee Shaw and Dr. Miura during their extended collaboration was both a natural result of their shared experiences with phenomena that few others could understand and a complicating factor that introduced personal considerations into professional decisions that carried implications for national security and scientific advancement. Their mutual attraction was built upon intellectual respect and shared commitment to discovering truth regardless of institutional pressures or conventional limitations. Yet their different cultural backgrounds and professional obligations created tensions that challenged their ability to maintain both personal and professional relationships. The uranium that Shaw requested from military suppliers to support their expanded research represented a calculated risk based upon their understanding of the ion dragon's apparent attraction to radioactive materials, a hypothesis that suggested they could use controlled sources of radiation to draw creatures from hiding and document their characteristics under more favorable conditions than random encounters provided. The quantity he requested, 150 pounds of weapons-grade material, reflected both the scale of their ambitions and the level of official support that their initial discoveries had generated. The dinosaur-sized footprint discovered in Indonesia provided the physical evidence that convinced military authorities to approve Shaw's request for uranium, while simultaneously confirming that the creatures they were investigating were not limited to marine environments or single species, but represented a category of life forms whose existence had global implications. The size and characteristics of the tracks suggested creatures whose dimensions exceeded those of any known terrestrial animals, while their age and distribution patterns indicated populations that had existed undetected for extended periods. The expedition to Bikini Atoll represented the first systematic attempt to use controlled conditions for studying creatures whose existence had previously been documented only through chance encounters and indirect evidence. As the team deployed their uranium bait in an environment where military security could be maintained while sophisticated detection equipment monitored for any response to their radiological signals, the choice of location reflected both practical considerations about security and isolation and symbolic recognition that sites associated with nuclear testing might prove particularly attractive to creatures that seem to feed upon radioactive emissions. The Titan that responded to their uranium deployment at Bikini Atoll exceeded even their most optimistic expectations regarding the effectiveness of their methods. As the massive reptilian creature that emerged from the Pacific depths represented their first encounter with a being whose size and capabilities matched the theoretical maximums that their research had suggested might be possible. The creature that would later be designated as Godzilla displayed characteristics that confirmed many of their hypotheses about Titan biology, while revealing new aspects of their behavior and capabilities that required revision of existing theoretical frameworks. The military's decision to attack the creature with nuclear weapons rather than attempting to study it reflected institutional priorities that placed immediate threat elimination ahead of scientific investigation, demonstrating the tensions between research objectives and security concerns that would characterize much of Project Monarch's subsequent history. The assumption that conventional nuclear weapons would prove effective against a creature that appeared to derive energy from radioactive sources reflected the kind of linear thinking that had consistently underestimated the challenges posed by phenomena that operated outside normal biological parameters. The apparent destruction of Godzilla in the nuclear bombardment at Bikini Atoll provided Project Monarch with the credibility and funding that Shaw had sought while simultaneously depriving them of their primary research subject, creating a situation where their organizational success was built upon the elimination of the phenomena they had been created to study. The military's satisfaction with this outcome reflected their preference for solutions that removed problems rather than increasing understanding of their underlying causes or implications. The blank check that Project Monarch received following the Bikini Atoll incident reflected governmental recognition that their discoveries had implications that extended far beyond academic curiosity. While the military's stated concern about the existence of additional creatures demonstrated their understanding that the threat they believed they had eliminated might represent only the beginning of challenges that would require systematic investigation and response capabilities. The American Defense Industry Federation ball to which Shaw brought Dr. Miura represented both a celebration of their organizational success and an introduction to the political and economic forces that would influence their research programs. As defense contractors and military officials sought to understand the commercial and strategic implications of discoveries that had created entire new categories of potential threats and opportunities, the social environment of the gathering provided opportunities for informal discussions that could not be conducted through official channels while exposing both Shaw and Dr. Prehistoric Miura to pressure from interests that viewed their research primarily in terms of its potential applications rather than its scientific value. The moment of intimacy that Shaw and Dr. Miura shared at the ball was interrupted by urgent communications from Billy Randa regarding radiation readings in Japan that suggested their assumption about Godzilla's destruction had been incorrect, transforming what should have been a personal celebration into the beginning of a crisis that would test both their professional capabilities and their personal relationship. The choice between attending to personal desires and responding to professional responsibilities that this situation created would establish patterns that would influence their interactions throughout their careers. The budget meeting that Shaw chose to skip in favor of accompanying Dr. Miura to Japan represented a decision that prioritized personal loyalty over institutional obligations. Yet the unauthorized nature of his travel created problems that would affect not only his own career, but the stability of Project Monarch's administrative structure. His choice to follow his heart rather than his official duties demonstrated both the strength of his feelings for Dr. Miura and his inability to separate personal and professional considerations in ways that complex organizations required. The discovery that Godzilla had survived the nuclear attack at Bikini Atoll provided confirmation of the creature's resilience, while simultaneously creating new challenges for an organization that had based its funding and mission parameters upon assumptions that conventional weapons could eliminate threats that posed unacceptable risks to national security. The implications of this revelation extended beyond immediate tactical considerations to fundamental questions about humanity's ability to control or eliminate forces that operated according to principles that exceeded current technological capabilities. Dr. Miura's machine for simulating gamma radiation, developed through her understanding of the creature's apparent dietary requirements, represented a breakthrough in their ability to study Titan behavior under controlled conditions while providing tools that could potentially be used for communication or manipulation of creature movements. The device that she created, essentially a Titan communication system, offered possibilities for managing encounters with creatures whose behavior had previously been unpredictable and uncontrollable. The successful test of the gamma radiation simulator that demonstrated Godzilla's continued existence provided Project Monarch with proof that their research subject had not been eliminated by military action, while simultaneously revealing that their understanding of Titan biology and capabilities remained incomplete. The creature's response to artificial radiation sources suggested communication abilities and behavioral patterns that exceeded their theoretical models, while confirming that controlled interaction with these beings might be possible under appropriate conditions. Lee Shaw's agreement to maintain secrecy about Godzilla's survival reflected both his understanding of Dr. Miura's concerns about military overreaction and his recognition that their research program would be fundamentally altered if governmental authorities learned that their apparent success in eliminating threats had actually been an altered illusion. The decision to withhold crucial information from their superiors created moral and professional obligations that would influence their work for years to come. The administrative changes that resulted from Shaw's unauthorized absence from crucial budget meetings demonstrated how personal decisions could have institutional consequences that affected entire research programs. As his replacement by Lieutenant Hatch represented a shift toward military priorities that emphasized security and control over scientific investigation and understanding. The new leadership's skepticism about Project Monarch's value reflected broader institutional biases against research programs whose objectives and methods challenged conventional approaches to problem solving. Lieutenant Hatch's suggestion that Project Monarch's resources might be better utilized for counterintelligence work rather than creature research represented the kind of institutional thinking that prioritized immediate security. Concerns over long-term strategic considerations, while his insinuations about Dr. Miura's loyalty reflected both cultural prejudices and the paranoia that characterized governmental attitudes during the Cold War period. The challenge to her patriotism and professional integrity threatened to undermine not only her personal standing but the entire scientific foundation upon which their research program had been built. Billy Randa's physical defense of Dr. Miura against Lieutenant Hatch's accusations represented both personal loyalty and professional recognition that attacks upon her credibility were fundamentally attacks upon the validity of their research methods and discoveries. While the violence of his reaction demonstrated how deeply the implications of their work had affected all members of the team, the romantic feelings that had developed between Randa and Dr. Miura added personal stakes to professional conflicts while complicating the interpersonal dynamics within their small research community. The mapping project that Randa and Dr. Miura undertook to demonstrate the value of their research represented a systematic attempt to identify patterns in creature sightings that would provide evidence of organized behavior and perhaps reveal principles that could be used for prediction and control. Their analysis of reported encounters from around the world suggested that the phenomena they were studying were not random occurrences but followed patterns that implied intelligence and purpose in creature movements and behavior. The breakthrough that came to Randa through his observation of an ant's movement through a hole in their map provided the crucial insight that transformed their understanding of how creatures of such enormous size could move around the world without being detected by conventional surveillance methods, suggesting the existence of underground transportation networks that connected distant locations through passages that existed below the threshold of surface observation. This theory of hidden tunnels and chambers that allowed Titan movement provided explanations for sighting patterns that had previously seemed random and unconnected. The development of the Hollow Earth theory from this initial insight represented a fundamental shift in their approach to understanding Titan ecology, as the concept of an entire underground world that operated according to different principles from surface environments provided explanations for creature behavior and capabilities that surface-based models could never accommodate. The implications of this theory extended beyond immediate research concerns to fundamental questions about the nature of the planet itself and humanity's understanding of their environment. Dr. Miura's revelation that she was a widow with a young son added personal dimensions to their professional relationship while explaining some of the barriers that had prevented deeper emotional connections from developing between team members, as her responsibilities as a single mother created obligations that limited her availability for both personal relationships and extended fieldwork. The secrecy she had maintained about her family situation reflected her understanding that professional advancement for women required careful management of personal information that might be used to question their commitment or capabilities. The offer that Billy Randa made to support Dr. Fillion, Miura in raising her son represented both romantic interest and practical recognition that their research work would benefit from stable personal relationships that eliminated sources of stress and uncertainty that could affect professional performance. His willingness to assume parental responsibilities toward a child who was not his own demonstrated the depth of his commitment to both Dr. Miura and their shared work. Lee Shaw's decision to approach General Puckett directly rather than working through Lieutenant Hatch represented both strategic thinking about organizational politics and recognition that their research program's survival required support from officials whose authority exceeded that of local administrators who might prioritize immediate security concerns over long-term strategic considerations. His revelation of Godzilla's survival provided the crucial information that convinced higher authorities that Project Monarch's mission remained relevant and necessary. The temporary success that Shaw's political maneuvering achieved in securing continued support for their research program was overshadowed by the personal and professional costs that their work was extracting from all team members, as the stresses of maintaining secrecy while conducting research into phenomena that challenged fundamental assumptions about reality created psychological pressures that affected their relationships and individual well-being. The price of their discoveries was being paid not only in institutional resources, but in human costs that would compound over time. The tragedy that struck in Kazakhstan 4 years later represented both the culmination of their research achievements and the beginning of losses that would haunt the survivors for the remainder of their careers, as Dr. Miura's death during what should have been a routine specimen collection mission demonstrated that their growing understanding of Titan behavior and biology had not eliminated the fundamental dangers inherent in studying creatures whose capabilities exceeded human ability to predict or control. The abandoned power plant where they discovered Titan eggs represented the kind of location that their research had identified as likely habitation sites. Yet the attempt to extract genetic material from these specimens triggered responses that their safety protocols had not anticipated, as the ground collapse and insectoid hatching that followed Dr. Safety. Miura's sampling attempts created a survival situation that exceeded their team's ability to manage. The desperate rescue attempt that Shaw and Randa mounted when Dr. Miura fell into the swarm of newly hatched creatures represented both their personal commitment to their colleague and their professional understanding that her loss would eliminate irreplaceable expertise that their research program could not afford to lose. Yet their efforts to save her were defeated by circumstances that no amount of preparation or courage could have overcome, as the creatures that emerged from the eggs possessed capabilities that made conventional rescue methods ineffective. The loss of Dr. Miura transformed the personal dynamics within their research team while eliminating the scientific expertise that had been crucial to their most significant discoveries, leaving Shaw and Randa to continue work that had been fundamentally dependent upon her knowledge and capabilities. The emotional impact of her death was compounded by professional recognition that their research program would never again achieve the level of insight and understanding that her participation had made possible. Billy Randa's assumption of paternal responsibilities toward Hiroshi following Dr. Miura's death represented both personal commitment to honoring his deceased colleague's memory and practical recognition that the child's welfare had become his responsibility through the circumstances that had brought the Ponder research team together. His transformation from researcher to single father added new dimensions to his involvement in Project Monarch, while creating personal stakes in the organization's future that transcended professional considerations. Lee Shaw's acceptance of an avuncular role in Hiroshi's upbringing reflected both his personal affection for the child and his recognition that their research work had created family-like bonds among team members that carried obligations extending beyond formal professional relationships. The quasi-family structure that developed around Hiroshi provided emotional stability for the child, while maintaining connections between his deceased mother's work and his developing understanding of the world. Operation Hourglass, launched in 1962 as the first systematic attempt to explore the Hollow Earth theory that had emerged from their mapping studies, represented both the culmination of their research achievements and the beginning of new tragedies that would further reduce their team while advancing their understanding of phenomena that operated beyond the boundaries of surface world science. The mission that Shaw undertook with a small team represented the first practical test of their theoretical understanding of underground passages and Titan transportation networks. The risks that Operation Hourglass entailed were understood by all participants, yet Lee Shaw's decision to leave his pocket knife as a token for Hiroshi before departing on the mission suggested his recognition that the dangers they were about to face exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle. The symbolic nature of this gesture reflected both his emotional connection to the child and his understanding that their exploration might not result in safe return for any of the participants. The plan to use their gamma radiation simulator to attract a Titan and then follow it into the underground passages represented the practical application of theoretical knowledge they had developed through years of studying creature behavior and movement patterns. Yet the execution of this strategy required them to enter environments where human survival would depend entirely upon factors that they could not control or predict. The disaster that befell Operation Hourglass when the passageway collapsed during their attempt to follow a Titan into the underground realm eliminated Lee Shaw from the team, while providing no useful data about the Hollow Earth environment that their mission had been designed to explore. The loss of contact with Shaw's vessel left the remaining team members with no information about what had gone wrong or whether any aspect of their theoretical framework had been validated by actual exploration. The impact of Shaw's disappearance upon Hiroshi, who had already lost his mother to the research program, created psychological trauma that would affect his relationship with their work throughout his life. As the child's understanding of Project Monarch became permanently associated with loss and abandonment rather than scientific achievement and discovery, the boy's transformation from enthusiastic supporter of his surrogate family's work into bitter opponent of everything they represented reflected the personal costs that their research had extracted from innocent parties who had never chosen to accept the risks that fieldwork entailed. The 11 years that passed between Shaw's disappearance and Billy Randa's final attempt to validate their research represented a period during which the surviving founder of Project Monarch became increasingly obsessed with Paean, proving theories that had cost him everyone he had considered family, driving him toward a final expedition that would either vindicate decades of work or eliminate the last person who possessed direct knowledge of their discoveries. The isolation and loss that characterized this period transformed Randa from collaborative researcher into solitary obsessive, whose personal needs had become indistinguishable from his professional objectives. In the years that followed the disappearance of Lee Shaw into the mysterious depths beneath the Earth's surface, when Operation Hourglass had claimed another member of the small fraternity that had dedicated their lives to understanding forces beyond conventional scientific comprehension, the world above continued its relentless march toward technological advancement and geopolitical complexity, unaware that in the hidden places of the planet, ancient powers stirred with purposes that transcended human ambition or understanding. The decade of the 1960s brought revolutionary changes to human civilization, yet in the deep places where titans walked and primitive ecosystems flourished according to laws that predated human existence, time moved according to rhythms that made mortal concerns seem as ephemeral as morning mist. Billy Randa, now the sole surviving founder of Project Monarch who retained direct memory of their earliest discoveries and theoretical breakthroughs, found himself transformed by loss and obsession into something that bore little resemblance to the enthusiastic naval veteran who had once sought truth through collaborative investigation and shared wonder at the universe's hidden bile. Mysteries, the deaths of Dr. Keiko Miura and the disappearance of Lee Shaw had stripped away not only his closest professional colleagues, but the emotional foundations that had made their work a source of joy and intellectual satisfaction rather than merely a compulsive quest for validation of theories that had cost him everything he had once held dear. The boy Hiroshi, who had grown from child to teenager in the shadow of losses that were directly attributable to his surrogate father's chosen profession, represented both Billy's greatest responsibility and his most visible reminder of the human costs that their research had extracted from innocent parties who had never consented to bear such burdens. The relationship between the aging scientist and his adoptive son was complicated by guilts and resentments that neither could fully articulate, as Hiroshi's natural desire for stability and normalcy conflicted with Billy's compulsive need to vindicate the work that had claimed the lives of both his parents. During these years of institutional growth and bureaucratic consolidation, Project Monarch evolved from the intimate research collaboration that had characterized its founding into a complex governmental organization whose activities spanned multiple continents and whose budget reflected official recognition that the phenomena they studied posed strategic challenges that required systematic response and comprehensive understanding. Yet this organizational success came at the cost of the personal relationships and shared vision that had originally motivated their investigations. As military priorities and political considerations increasingly influenced decisions that had once been guided purely by scientific curiosity and humanitarian concern, the secret that Monarch guarded most carefully during this period was not the existence of creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of conventional military forces, for that truth had already been acknowledged within classified governmental channels, but rather the continued survival and growing strength of specific individuals whose abilities posed threats that conventional strategic planning could not adequately address. The creature they had designated as Godzilla, presumed destroyed during the nuclear bombardment at Bikini Atoll, had not only survived that apparent elimination, but had learned to avoid detection while growing larger and more powerful with each passing year. The monitoring systems that Monarch deployed throughout the Pacific region provided constant surveillance for any signs of renewed Titan activity. Yet the intelligence they gathered suggested not random creature movements, but organized behavior patterns that implied purpose and intention in ways that challenged every assumption about the mental capabilities of beings whose evolution had followed pathways entirely separate from those that had produced human consciousness. The data that accumulated during these years of observation revealed that the creatures they studied were not merely large animals responding to instinctual drives, but thinking beings whose goals and methods operated according to principles that human understanding could only approximate. On Skull Island, isolated by perpetual storms and protected by geographical remoteness from the expanding reach of human civilization, developments were unfolding that would eventually prove crucial to humanity's future relationship with forces that had shaped the planet long before the first human had learned to fashion tools or speak words. The young ape, who had once been merely one among several colossal creatures inhabiting the island's unique ecosystem, was growing not only in size and strength, but in intelligence and understanding of his role as protector of both human and non-human inhabitants whose survival depended upon his vigilance and capability. Kong, though he bore no awareness of the name by which future visitors would know him, had reached an age and level of development where his responsibilities as the island's guardian required him to make decisions that would have challenged the wisdom of beings with far more experience in balancing competing interests and managing complex relationships. The Iwi people, whose ancestors had lived in harmony with his kind for countless generations, looked to him not merely for protection from external threats, but for leadership that would guide their community through challenges that required both strength and intelligence to overcome. The ecological balance that sustained all life on Skull Island was maintained through Kong's constant vigilance against predators whose reproductive cycles and hunting behaviors posed existential threats to every other species that Ban called the island home. The skull crawlers, whose ancient enmity with Kong's lineage had shaped the island's history for millions of years, continued to probe for weaknesses in the defenses that kept their populations contained within territories where their destructive potential could be managed without threatening the survival of the island's more benign inhabitants. Hank Marlowe, whose decades of residence among the Iwi had transformed him from crashed pilot into cultural bridge between human and non-human intelligences, served as both historian and advisor to Kong during the ape's maturation into full guardianship of the island. The knowledge that Marlowe had accumulated through direct observation and participation in the island's social dynamics provided insights into Kong's psychology and capabilities that would prove invaluable when future encounters required understanding of motivations and intentions that operated according to principles entirely different from human reasoning. The friendship that had developed between Marlowe and the late Gunpei Ikari had established precedents for cooperation between individuals whose cultural backgrounds and national loyalties should have made them permanent enemies, demonstrating that shared challenges and common purposes could create bonds that transcended the artificial divisions that human civilizations had constructed to separate themselves from one another. This lesson in the possibility of understanding between different forms of intelligence would eventually prove crucial for relationships that extended beyond mere human cooperation to encompass genuine communication between species. During the quiet years when Skull Island remained isolated from external interference, Kong developed capabilities and perspectives that exceeded those of his ancestors. as his unique position as the sole survivor of his species forced him to assume responsibilities that had previously been distributed among multiple individuals. The burden of protecting an entire ecosystem while serving as leader and decision-maker for creatures whose needs and interests did not always align with one another required him to develop forms of intelligence that combined instinctual knowledge with adaptive learning in ways that approached human-level problem-solving. The construction projects that occupied much of Marlowe's time during these decades involved not merely the maintenance of his own survival within the island's challenging environment, but the development of technologies and techniques that could serve the broader community's needs, while preparing for contingencies that his military training suggested might eventually arise. The integration of salvaged materials from his and Ikari's crashed aircraft with resources provided by the island's unique ecosystem created hybrid technologies that reflected both human engineering principles and natural adaptation to local conditions. The maps and records that Marlowe maintained throughout his years on Skull Island documented not only the geographical features and biological characteristics of their isolated home, but also the social structures and cultural traditions that governed relationships between the island's various inhabitants. His role as keeper of this knowledge reflected both his natural inclination towards systematic observation and his recognition that future visitors might require guidance that could prevent misunderstandings with consequences that could prove catastrophic for all parties involved. The evolution of Monarch during this period from research organization into operational agency reflected changing governmental attitudes toward phenomena that could no longer be dismissed as academic curiosities or isolated anomalies, as evidence accumulated that creatures of extraordinary capability existed in multiple locations around the world and posed potential threats to national security that required systematic response capabilities. The transformation of their mission from investigation and documentation to monitoring and potential containment created new challenges that required expertise in areas where their founding members had possessed little experience or training. The recruitment of personnel with backgrounds in military operations, intelligence analysis, and strategic planning brought new perspectives to Monarch's activities, while sometimes creating conflicts with the scientific objectives and humanitarian values that had originally motivated their research programs. The tension between academic freedom and operational security that characterized this period of institutional growth reflected broader challenges that emerged whenever governmental agencies attempted to harness intellectual curiosity for purposes that extended beyond pure knowledge acquisition. The compartmentalization that increasingly characterized Monarch's operations during the 1960s was designed to protect sensitive information while ensuring that no single individual possessed comprehensive knowledge that could compromise the organization's security if their loyalty or discretion proved unreliable. Yet this approach to information management also prevented the kind of creative synthesis and collaborative problem-solving that had produced their most significant early discoveries. The price of operational security was often intellectual stagnation that reduced complex phenomena to bureaucratic categories that obscured rather than illuminated the true nature of the forces they were attempting to understand. Billy Randa's position within this evolving organization was complicated by his status as both institutional founder and potential security risk, as his deep personal investment in research outcomes sometimes led him to make decisions that prioritized scientific objectives over administrative policies designed to maintain organizational stability. His relationships with newer personnel, who lacked direct experience with the phenomena that had shaped Monarch's mission, often involved conflicts between his intuitive understanding of creature behavior and their reliance upon theoretical frameworks that had not been tested under real-world conditions. The planning process that consumed much of Randa's attention during this period involved the development of what would eventually become the 1973 expedition to Skull Island. a mission that represented both his final attempt to vindicate the theoretical framework that had guided his career and his recognition that time was running out for him to achieve the validation that had eluded him since the losses that had defined his personal and professional trajectory. The proposal he developed for this expedition reflected decades of accumulated knowledge about creature behavior and island ecology, combined with strategic thinking about how to accomplish research objectives under conditions that would inevitably involve significant risks. The technological advances that had occurred since Monarch's founding provided new tools and capabilities that had not been available during their earlier investigations. Yet Randa's approach to incorporating these innovations reflected his understanding that equipment and techniques that proved effective in conventional research environments might fail catastrophically when applied to phenomena that operated according to principles that exceeded normal scientific parameters. His insistence upon redundant systems and backup plans reflected hard-won experience with situations where technological failure could mean not merely loss of data, but loss of lives. The team selection process that Randa undertook for his planned expedition involved careful consideration of individuals whose expertise and personal characteristics would contribute to mission success while maintaining the security requirements that Monarch's institutional position demanded. Yet his choices also reflected personal preferences and emotional needs that sometimes conflicted with purely operational considerations. The balance between professional competence and personal loyalty that influenced his recruitment decisions demonstrated how the boundaries between private motivation and institutional objectives had become blurred through years of blunt involvement in work that demanded total commitment from all participants. The geological surveys and remote sensing data that accumulated during the years of preparation for the Skull Island expedition provided increasingly detailed information about the island's structure and characteristics. Yet this intelligence also revealed anomalies and inconsistencies that suggested their target location possessed features that conventional geographical analysis could not adequately explain or predict. The energy signatures and seismic patterns that emerged from their monitoring efforts indicated underground structures and activities that operated according to principles that extended their understanding beyond surface level observations. The hollowness that their instruments detected beneath Skull Island's surface provided the first concrete evidence that Billy Randa's theoretical framework about underground spaces and hidden realms might possess validity that extended beyond speculative hypothesis. Yet this discovery also raised new questions about the relationship between surface phenomena and deeper structures that human exploration had never penetrated. The implications of vast, empty spaces beneath the Earth's crust challenged existing models of planetary geology, while suggesting explanations for creature capabilities and movement patterns that surface-based theories could never accommodate. The weather patterns that surrounded Skull Island presented both protection for its unique ecosystem and challenges for any expedition that hoped to penetrate the natural barriers that had preserved the island's isolation for thousands of years, as the perpetual storm systems that concealed its location from casual observation also created navigation hazards that conventional maritime and aviation technologies were not designed to overcome. The development of specialized equipment and procedures for operating under these extreme conditions required innovations that pushed the boundaries of existing engineering capabilities. The psychological preparation that accompanied the technical planning for the expedition involved helping team members develop mental frameworks for processing experiences that would inevitably challenge their assumptions about the nature of reality and their place within natural systems that operated according to principles far older and more fundamental than human civilization. The briefings and training programs that Randa developed for his personnel reflected his recognition that intellectual preparation was as important as physical equipment for individuals who would be exposed to phenomena that exceeded anything their previous experience had encompassed. The cultural research that informed their expedition planning included extensive study of traditional knowledge systems and folklore that might contain accurate information about Skull Island's characteristics and inhabitants. As Randa's earlier experience had demonstrated that conventional academic sources often overlooked or dismissed data that proved crucial for understanding environments where normal scientific categories failed to provide adequate, explanatory frameworks. The integration of anthropological insights with technological capabilities reflected his commitment to comprehensive preparation that drew upon every available source of relevant knowledge. The financial and logistical support that Monarch's institutional position provided for the expedition represented resources that far exceeded anything their founding members could have accessed during their early investigations. Yet this abundance also created new pressures and expectations that complicated decision-making processes and limited flexibility in ways that might prove problematic when field conditions demanded rapid adaptation to unexpected circumstances. The bureaucratic overhead that accompanied large-scale operations sometimes conflicted with the improvisational approaches that had characterized their most successful early discoveries. The political considerations that influenced the timing and authorization of the expedition reflected changing governmental attitudes toward Project Monarch's mission and capabilities. As success in documenting and understanding previously unknown phenomena had created expectations that their activities would produce practical benefits that justified the resources invested in their operations. The pressure to demonstrate measurable progress toward clearly defined objectives sometimes conflicted with the open-ended investigation and patient observation that complex natural phenomena required for adequate understanding. The technological innovations that were developed specifically for the Skull Island expedition included communication systems designed to function under extreme electromagnetic conditions, transportation equipment capable of operating in hostile environments, and monitoring devices that could gather data about phenomena that exceeded the measurement capabilities of conventional scientific instruments. The investment in custom equipment reflected both the unique challenges that their mission would face and the institutional commitment to achieving success regardless of the costs involved. The security protocols that governed all aspects of the expedition planning emphasized the need to prevent unauthorized disclosure of information that could compromise both operational effectiveness and national security interests. Yet these restrictions also limited the kind of collaborative consultation and peer review that might have identified potential problems or improved strategic approaches. The balance between necessary secrecy and beneficial openness remained a source of tension throughout the preparation process. The contingency planning that occupied much of the pre-mission preparation time involved developing responses to scenarios that ranged from equipment failure and personnel injury to encounters with hostile creatures whose capabilities could not be predicted based upon existing knowledge. Yet the very attempt to prepare for unknown dangers highlighted the fundamental uncertainty that characterized any attempt to explore environments where human presence had no historical precedent to provide guidance. As the departure date for the expedition approached and the final preparations were completed, Billy Randa faced the recognition that this mission represented not merely another research opportunity, but potentially his last chance to achieve the vindication that had eluded him throughout the years since he had lost the colleagues, whose partnership had given meaning and direction to his professional life. The weight of personal history and institutional expectation that accompanied his leadership of the expedition created pressures that extended far beyond the normal challenges of conducting scientific research under difficult conditions. The island that awaited their arrival had continued its own evolution during the decades since Hank Marlowe's crash landing had introduced the first sustained human presence into its unique ecosystem, as Kong's growth and development had altered the balance of forces that governed all life within its boundaries, while the outside world's technological advancement had created new possibilities for interaction between isolated, and integrated biological systems. The convergence of these long-developing trends would soon create opportunities and dangers that neither Randa's careful planning nor Kong's protective vigilance could fully anticipate or control. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of ancient partnerships between human and non-human intelligence waited to be rediscovered by those who possessed the wisdom to recognize their significance, the stage was being set for encounters that would test whether the lessons learned through loss and sacrifice could provide guidance for building new relationships based upon mutual respect rather than domination or fear. The final act of Billy Randa's long quest for truth was about to begin, carrying with it the hopes and fears of all who had contributed to the knowledge that would guide humanity's next steps into territories where giants still walked beneath skies that remembered the dawn of time itself. In the year 1973, when the wounds of America's longest war were still bleeding fresh, and the nation struggled to understand what victory might mean in conflicts where conventional measures of success had proven inadequate to encompass the complexities of human suffering and geopolitical transformation, Billy Randa stood upon the threshold of his final attempt to vindicate theories that had consumed his life and claimed everyone he had considered family. The world had changed dramatically during the decades since his first encounter with forces that transcended human understanding. Yet his obsession with proving the existence of creatures that operated according to principles beyond normal scientific comprehension had only intensified with each passing year of institutional success and personal loss. The approval that Randa finally received for his expedition to Skull Island came not through the academic channels that had originally funded Project Monarch's investigations, but through governmental recognition that the changing global balance of power required comprehensive understanding of all potential strategic assets, including those that existed outside the boundaries of conventional military planning. The Landsat program, ostensibly designed for geological survey and resource identification, provided perfect cover for reconnaissance activities that would have attracted unwanted attention if conducted under explicitly military auspices. Dr. Houston Brooks, the geologist whose academic work on theoretical underground structures had provided scientific credibility for concepts that less rigorous investigators might have dismissed as fantasy, brought to the expedition both the intellectual framework necessary for understanding what they might discover and the institutional legitimacy required for securing funding from agencies whose support for unconventional research required justification through established academic credentials. His paper substantiating hollow earth theory had achieved the remarkable feat of transforming speculative concepts into academically respectable hypotheses that could be investigated through conventional scientific methods. The military escort that accompanied their scientific team was led by Lieutenant Colonel Preston Packard, a career officer whose experience in Southeast Asia had left him with unresolved conflicts about the nature of warfare and the meaning of victory in situations where traditional military objectives provided inadequate guidance for understanding success or failure. His psychological profile revealed an individual whose professional competence was matched by personal needs for clearly defined enemies and unambiguous missions that would provide opportunities to demonstrate the effectiveness of military solutions to complex problems. James Conrad, the former British Special Air Service captain whose expertise in jungle warfare and survival techniques made him an ideal guide for operations in unmapped territory, carried with him knowledge gained through conflicts where the boundaries between civilization and wilderness had been defined not by geographical features, but by the presence or absence of forces that recognized no distinction between combatant and civilian. His understanding of environments where normal rules of engagement proved inadequate would prove crucial for navigating situations where the concepts of ally and enemy took on meanings that transcended human categories. Mason Weaver, the anti-war photographer, whose professional mission involved documenting truths that official accounts typically omitted or distorted, represented perspectives on conflict and violence that challenged the assumptions underlying military approaches to problem solving. While her expertise in visual documentation would provide evidence that could either validate or refute claims about phenomena that had never been adequately recorded for public examination, her presence on the expedition reflected both changing social attitudes toward military intervention and recognition that independent witnesses might provide credibility that purely governmental sources could never achieve. San Lin, the Monarch biologist whose research into creature behavior and ecosystem dynamics had prepared her for encounters with organisms that might operate according to biological principles that extended beyond normal terrestrial parameters, brought scientific expertise that complemented the team's military and technological capabilities while providing theoretical frameworks for understanding phenomena that purely observational approaches might fail to interpret correctly. Her background in comparative studies of extreme environments provided essential knowledge for surviving in ecosystems where human presence had no evolutionary precedent. The approach to Skull Island required penetrating weather systems that had protected the location from external contact for centuries, as the perpetual storms that surrounded the landmass created navigation hazards that conventional maritime and aviation technologies were barely capable of overcoming, even with the most sophisticated equipment available to military and scientific expeditions. The helicopter formation that finally succeeded in breaching these natural barriers did so only through careful timing and precise coordination that left little margin for error or unexpected complications. The seismic charges that the expedition deployed upon reaching the island were intended to provide geological information about underground structures and density variations that might confirm or refute theoretical predictions about hollow Earth characteristics. Yet their use of explosive devices in an ecosystem where the relationships between species had been established through millions of years of delicate balance represented the kind of unintentional provocation that could trigger responses far exceeding anything their security planning had anticipated. Dr. Brooks's excited confirmation that the bedrock beneath Skull Island was practically hollow provided the first concrete validation of theoretical frameworks that had guided decades of research and speculation. Yet this scientific triumph was immediately overshadowed by evidence that their presence on the island had attracted attention from inhabitants whose reaction to uninvited visitors was decidedly hostile. The seismic charges that had provided crucial geological data had also announced their arrival to creatures whose territorial instincts had been refined through evolutionary processes that predated human civilization. Kong's emergence from the jungle to confront the helicopter formation that had invaded his domain represented the collision between human technological confidence and natural forces that operated according to principles that no amount of military planning could anticipate or control. As the giant ape whose responsibility for protecting the island had been established through generations of conflict with threats both internal and external, regarded these mechanical intruders as challenges to his authority that required immediate and decisive response. The attack that Kong launched against the helicopters demonstrated capabilities that exceeded every assumption about the relationship between size and agility that had informed the expedition's tactical planning. As the creature whose colossal proportions should have limited his mobility instead displayed speed and coordination that allowed him to systematically destroy aircraft whose technological advantages proved irrelevant when confronted with intelligence and physical capability that operated on scales their designers had never contemplated. For Billy Randa, the sight of Kong rising from the jungle to challenge their intrusion represented the culmination of decades of theoretical work and personal sacrifice, validation of concepts that had cost him colleagues, family, and peace of mind while driving him toward this moment of vindication that justified every loss he had endured in pursuit of truth that conventional science had been unwilling to acknowledge. The creature whose existence proved the validity of his life's work was simultaneously magnificent and terrible, embodying both the wonder that had originally motivated his research and the danger that had claimed everyone he had loved. Colonel Packard's response to Kong's attack reflected both his military training in dealing with superior enemy forces and his psychological need for conflicts that would provide opportunities to demonstrate the effectiveness of Dudas. American military capabilities against opponents whose defeat would restore his confidence in the power and righteousness of his nation's cause. The giant ape that had destroyed half his command became not merely an obstacle to mission completion, but a personal enemy whose elimination would provide the kind of clear victory that his Vietnam experience had denied him. The scattering of expedition members across the island following Kong's assault created multiple survival scenarios that tested different combinations of expertise and personality under conditions where cooperation between individuals, with conflicting priorities and incompatible worldviews, became essential for survival in an environment where every decision carried potentially fatal consequences. The fragmentation of their unified command structure forced each group to develop its own approaches to challenges that their collective planning had never adequately considered. The discovery of the Iwi village by Conrad's group provided the first evidence that human civilization had found ways to coexist with the island's extraordinary inhabitants. As the elaborate defensive structures and cultural artifacts that surrounded the settlement spoke of sophisticated understanding of local conditions and long-term adaptation to environmental challenges that would have defeated communities that relied solely upon technological solutions. The existence of thriving human society within this hostile ecosystem challenged every assumption about the impossibility of sustained human presence in environments dominated by creatures of such overwhelming power. Hank Marlowe's presence among the Iwi villagers transformed the expedition members' understanding of their situation from temporary survival challenge to participation in ongoing conflicts that had shaped the island's history. For decades, as his account of nearly 30 years spent learning the island's ecology and social dynamics provided insights that no amount of external research could have achieved. His transformation from crashed World War II pilot into cultural interpreter and survival expert demonstrated both human adaptability and the possibility of genuine integration into ecosystems that operated according to non-human principles. The translation services that Marlowe provided revealed the true nature of the island's biological and social systems, as his explanation of the relationship between Kong and the Iwi people demonstrated that the giant ape served not as random predator or territorial threat, but as essential protector whose vigilance maintained the delicate balance that allowed human life to persist in an environment where countless species posed existential dangers to any community that lacked adequate defenses. The skull-crawler threat that Marlowe described represented the fundamental challenge that had shaped every aspect of life on Skull Island. As these reptilian predators, whose hunting strategies and reproductive capabilities posed constant threats to all other forms of life, had been contained only through Kong's continuous warfare against forces that would otherwise have eliminated every other species from the island's ecosystem. His explanation of Kong's protective role recontextualized the apes' attack on their helicopters from unprovoked aggression to defensive response against perceived threats to his charge's safety. The revelation that Kong was the last surviving member of his species added tragic dimensions to his role as the island's guardian. As the weight of protecting an entire ecosystem had fallen upon the shoulders of a single individual whose death would result in the complete collapse of social and biological systems that had required thousands of years to develop. The knowledge that Kong's parents had died defending the island against skullcrawler attacks that he had been too young to assist with explained both his dedication to his protective duties and the personal stakes that drove his confrontations with any forces that threatened the communities under his care. The urgency that characterized Conrad's group's efforts to reach the northern extraction point was intensified by their understanding that their 3-day window for rescue represented not merely a logistical constraint, but potentially their only opportunity to escape an island where their presence had destabilized ecological relationships in ways that could have cascading effects throughout the entire ecosystem. The time pressure that drove their every decision forced them to make choices between safety and speed that would have significant consequences for their survival prospects. The boat construction project that occupied much of their time during this critical period involved combining materials salvaged from Marlowe's decades-old aircraft remains with resources provided by their iwi hosts and techniques, developed through improvisation and desperate necessity, creating a vessel whose seaworthiness depended upon engineering principles that had never been tested under the extreme conditions they would face during their journey across hostile territory. Mason Weaver's encounter with the injured infant creature that had been trapped beneath one of the crashed helicopters provided the expedition's first demonstration of the complex moral considerations that arose when human activity caused suffering to innocent parties whose only crime had been occupying territories that technological civilization had decided to penetrate. While her efforts to provide assistance revealed aspects of her character that transcended her professional role as documenter of conflict and violence, Kong's intervention to assist Weaver in freeing the trapped animal represented a moment of communication between human and non-human intelligence that transcended species boundaries through recognition of shared values and common responses to suffering, demonstrating that the giant ape's intelligence encompassed not merely strategic thinking and territorial defense, but emotional sophistication that approached human levels of empathy and moral reasoning. The completion of their makeshift vessel enabled Conrad's group to begin the water journey that would take them toward their rendezvous with rescue forces while simultaneously carrying them through territories where Kong's protection might prove inadequate against threats that approached from directions and employed strategies that even his vigilance could not anticipate or counter. The transition from land-based to water-based travel exposed them to new categories of danger while limiting their options for escape or defense. Hank Marlowe's farewell to the iwi friends who had provided him with home and family for 3 decades represented both personal tragedy and necessary sacrifice, as his decision to leave the community that had sustained him reflected both loyalty to fellow Americans who needed his expertise for survival and recognition that his knowledge of the outside world might enable him to serve as advocate for the island's protection against future intrusions that could prove far more destructive than their current expedition. Meanwhile, the separation that had occurred when Kong's attack scattered the expedition members had left Billy Randa with Colonel Packard's military contingent, creating a combination of scientific obsession and military determination that would prove far more dangerous than either factor alone, as Randa's desperate need for validation converged with Packard's psychological requirement for clear victories against identifiable enemies to produce a collaboration that prioritized their personal needs over the safety and welfare of all other expedition members. The recording that Billy Randa made as his final message to Hiroshi represented both apology and justification for choices that had prioritized theoretical validation over family relationships and personal happiness, as his recognition that death was approaching provided him with clarity about the costs that his obsession had imposed upon everyone whose life had been touched by his research, while simultaneously affirming his belief that the knowledge he had gained justified the sacrifices that had been required to obtain it. The giant spider that pursued Randa to the island's edge demonstrated that Kong's protective capabilities, however impressive, could not extend to every corner of the island's territory or counter every threat that the ecosystem contained. As creatures whose hunting strategies differed from those of the skull crawlers posed dangers that required different defensive approaches and survival techniques than those that Kong's experience had prepared him to address. The battle between different Titan species that saved Billy Randa from immediate death provided him with a brief reprieve that allowed him to dispose of his research materials in ways that might eventually enable their recovery by individuals who possessed the wisdom and resources necessary to continue the work that had consumed his life, while his desperate act of throwing his bag of documents into the ocean represented hope that his discoveries would not die with him. The reunification of the expedition's scattered groups occurred under circumstances that highlighted the different priorities and psychological needs that had shaped their individual responses to the challenges they had faced. As Colonel Packard's determination to continue offensive operations against Kong conflicted with Conrad's recognition that their survival depended upon avoiding further confrontation with forces whose capabilities exceeded their ability to resist or overcome through conventional military means. The revelation that the missing soldier Chapman had been killed and consumed by skull crawlers eliminated Packard's stated justification for continuing his search while providing stark evidence of the fate that awaited anyone who became separated from protective groups in an environment where predators possessed both intelligence and capabilities that far exceeded those of normal terrestrial hunters. The dog tags that emerged from the skull crawler's mouth served as grim proof that conventional military identification and equipment provided no protection against creatures that viewed human beings as nothing more than convenient prey. The refusal of Colonel Packard to abandon his mission despite clear evidence that his stated objectives were no longer achievable revealed the extent to which his psychological needs had displaced rational military planning. As his fixation on destroying Kong had become more important to him than the survival of his remaining personnel or the successful completion of their original reconnaissance mission. His transformation from professional officer into obsessed avenger demonstrated how traumatic experiences could corrupt military discipline and strategic thinking. Hank Marlowe's warnings about the consequences that would follow Kong's death fell upon ears that had been deafened by the need for revenge and the desire to demonstrate human technological superiority over natural forces that had humiliated military pride. While his explanation of the ecological catastrophe that would result from eliminating the island's primary defender was dismissed as the rambling of a man whose decades of isolation had disconnected him from civilized understanding of proper relationships between human beings and wild animals. The decision by Conrad, Weaver, and other expedition members to separate from Packard's group represented both tactical wisdom and moral courage, as their recognition that the Colonel's plans would result in disaster for everyone involved required them to choose between military discipline and survival instincts while accepting responsibility for protecting themselves and each other from dangers that included both hostile wildlife and the destructive obsessions of their nominal leader. The encounter between Mason Weaver and Kong himself during their independent journey across the island provided the most direct communication that had yet occurred between human and non-human intelligence. As the giant ape's peaceful approach to the photographer, who had demonstrated kindness toward other creatures, revealed his capacity for individual recognition and moral evaluation that extended far beyond simple territorial defense or species-based responses to potential threats. The moment when Weaver placed her hand upon Kong's massive face represented a breakthrough in interspecies communication that transcended language barriers and cultural differences through direct physical contact that conveyed emotions and intentions more clearly than words could have expressed. While Kong's acceptance of her gesture demonstrated trust that had been earned through observed behavior rather than granted automatically based upon species identification or social position. The napalm attack that Packard launched against Kong using explosives and incendiary materials that had been intended for entirely different purposes represented both the culmination of his personal vendetta and the kind of technological escalation that transformed conflicts between human beings and natural forces into total war scenarios where victory required the complete elimination of opposing forces, regardless of broader consequences or collateral damage. The success of Packard's ambush in temporarily incapacitating Kong was achieved through tactical planning that exploited the giant ape's protective instincts and predictable behavior patterns. Yet this military victory created the very conditions that Marlowe had warned would result in catastrophic consequences for every living creature on the island. As Kong's unconsciousness provided the skullcrawlers with their first opportunity in decades to emerge from the deep territories where his vigilance had contained them. The emergence of the alpha skullcrawler from underground lairs where it had waited for exactly this opportunity demonstrated both the intelligence that characterized the island's apex predators and the careful planning that had shaped their reproductive and territorial strategies. As the creature that Conrad's group encountered represented not random emergence but calculated response to changed conditions that created unprecedented opportunities for expansion and conquest. The battle between the reviving Kong and the alpha skullcrawler that had emerged to claim dominion over territories that had been protected for generations represented the collision between two different approaches to apex predation. As the skullcrawler's strategy of patient waiting and opportunistic expansion confronted Kong's philosophy of active protection and territorial vigilance in a conflict that would determine the future of every other species on the island. The assistance that human weapons and tactics provided to Kong during his struggle with the skullcrawler demonstrated that cooperation between species could indeed produce results that neither could achieve independently, while the coordinated effort between human intelligence and Kong's physical capabilities provided practical validation of theoretical possibilities that Monarch researchers had speculated about for decades without ever witnessing in actual practice. Hank Marlowe's use of salvaged military equipment to distract the skullcrawler at crucial moments during the battle revealed both his retained expertise in combat techniques and his commitment to protecting Kong as the island's essential guardian. While his willingness to risk his own life for the survival of a creature whose species had protected his adopted community for generations demonstrated the depth of integration he had achieved within the island's social ecosystem. Conrad's employment of improvised weapons fashioned from crashed helicopter components showed how human adaptability and technological knowledge could be applied to challenges that their original designers had never contemplated, while his creative use of available materials under extreme pressure demonstrated the kind of innovative thinking that had enabled human survival in hostile environments throughout the species' evolutionary history. The death of the alpha skull crawler through Kong's use of human debris as improvised weapons represented not merely victory in a single combat, but vindication of cooperation between human and non-human intelligence that had been forged through mutual recognition of shared interests and common enemies, while the creative application of technological materials to natural combat techniques produced results that neither purely human nor purely Kong-based approaches could have achieved. The successful evacuation of expedition survivors from Skull Island was accomplished through the kind of precision timing and coordinated effort that military operations required for success under adverse conditions. Yet their departure left behind an island whose ecological balance had been permanently altered by their brief presence, and whose future would be shaped by knowledge of the outside world that Hank Marlowe's departure had introduced into the Iwi community's cultural framework. The debriefing that Conrad and Weaver received upon their return to civilization provided them with their first exposure to the broader context within which their Skull Island experience had occurred. As Monarch representatives revealed the existence of other creatures whose capabilities matched or exceeded those they had witnessed, while explaining that Kong represented not an isolated anomaly, but part of a global phenomenon that challenged every assumption about humanity's relationship with the natural world. The cave paintings and ancient images that Houston Brooks and San Lin presented during this briefing session demonstrated that human awareness of these creatures extended far back into prehistory, while the evidence they provided of ongoing Monarch research into similar phenomena around the world revealed that their Skull Island expedition had been part of a much larger program of investigation and documentation that had been conducted largely in secret for decades. The recruitment efforts that Monarch undertook to secure the services of individuals who had proven their ability to survive encounters with forces that exceeded normal human experience reflected institutional recognition that future operations would require personnel whose perspectives had been shaped by direct exposure to realities that conventional training could never adequately prepare them to handle. While the organization's interest in their knowledge and expertise demonstrated the value that practical experience possessed over theoretical understanding, in the deep places of memory, where the echoes of Kong's victory roar still reverberated through jungle valleys, and the footprints of giants remained pressed into stone that would preserve them for future generations to discover, the stage had been set for the next phase in humanity's evolving relationship with forces that had shaped the world since long before the first human had learned to speak or dream of conquering nature through technological mastery. In the year 1982, when the world had grown accustomed to the uneasy balance of nuclear deterrence and proxy conflicts that characterized the Cold War era, an event occurred that challenged every assumption about the nature of time, space, and the possibilities inherent in human survival under conditions that exceeded the boundaries of known physics and conventional understanding. Deep in the wooded regions where military installations conducted classified research into phenomena that official science preferred not to acknowledge, Colonel Leland Lafayette Shaw III was discovered alive, uninjured and apparently unchanged by an experience that should have killed him 20 years earlier during the catastrophic failure of Operation Hourglass. The impossibility of Shaw's survival and reappearance was matched only by the impossibility of his physical condition, as medical examinations revealed that the man who had disappeared into the theoretical passages leading to the Hollow Earth had not aged a single day during the 2 decades that had passed on the surface world, while his memories and mental state reflected experiences that suggested he had spent no more than a week in environments that operated according to principles entirely different from those that governed terrestrial existence. The reunion between Shaw and Hiroshi Randa, now grown from the child who had lost 2 parents to Monarch's research program into a man whose bitterness toward the organization had been shaped by decades of abandonment and institutional indifference, represented both miraculous restoration and tragic confirmation of the costs that humanity's pursuit of forbidden knowledge had extracted from innocent parties who had never chosen to bear such burdens. The pocket knife that Shaw had left as a token before departing on his fatal mission served as tangible proof of his identity, while simultaneously emphasizing the gulf that 20 years of separation had created between uncle and Duffer, nephew. Shaw's account of his experience in the Hollow Earth provided the first direct human testimony about conditions in realms that had previously existed only in theoretical speculation and indigenous folklore. Yet his descriptions of underground spaces where time moved according to different rhythms and gravitational forces created environments that challenged every assumption about the relationship between surface and subsurface phenomena. The death of his team member during their initial crash and the subsequent elimination of other expedition members by hostile titans had left Shaw as the sole witness to discoveries that transformed abstract concepts into lived reality. The gravitational distortions that Shaw described as characteristic of Hollow Earth environments provided explanations for temporal anomalies that had seemed impossible until direct experience validated theoretical possibilities that conventional physics had dismissed as violations of fundamental laws governing the relationship between mass, energy, and the passage of time. His week-long experience in conditions where different physical principles operated had resulted in the passage of 2 decades on the surface, demonstrating that the barriers between worlds involved not merely geographical separation, but fundamental differences in the nature of reality itself. Hiroshi's response to Shaw's return reflected the accumulated resentment and psychological damage that had resulted from his childhood experience of losing everyone he had considered family to research programs whose objectives he had come to view as fundamentally selfish and destructive. While his condemnation of the 3 founders' interference with forces beyond human understanding represented a philosophical position that questioned the entire premise upon which Monarch's mission had been built, the bitterness that characterized Hiroshi's denunciation of his father's work and Shaw's participation in programs that had caused so much suffering reflected not merely personal anger, but broader questions about the Macy relationship between scientific curiosity and human welfare, as his argument that humanity and Titans had coexisted peacefully for millennia until Monarch's meddling disrupted natural balances raised fundamental concerns about the ethics of pursuing knowledge that inevitably resulted in uncontrollable consequences. The forced retirement that Monarch imposed upon Shaw following his reappearance represented both institutional recognition that his experiences had provided him with knowledge that could prove valuable for future operations and practical acknowledgement that his psychological state and altered perspective made him unsuitable for conventional operational assignments. The euphemistic description of his confinement as observation and study concealed the reality that he had become a prisoner whose freedom had been sacrificed to protect organizational security and prevent unauthorized disclosure of information that challenged official narratives about the limits of scientific possibility. The secure facility where Shaw was held during this period represented the kind of institutional environment that government agencies created for managing individuals whose knowledge or experience posed potential threats to national post-assisted. Security while simultaneously providing opportunities for extracting intelligence that could serve strategic objectives. The comfortable conditions of his confinement could not disguise the fact that his status had changed from valued team member to valuable but dangerous asset requiring careful management. Meanwhile, in regions of the Pacific that remained uncharted by conventional navigation, but had been discovered through the kind of accident that characterized many of humanity's most significant encounters with unknown forces, developments were unfolding that would eventually intersect with the broader patterns of Titan emergence and human adaptation that characterized the changing relationship between civilization and natural powers that operated beyond institutional control. The island near Skull Island that would come to be known as Annie's Island represented another location where the boundaries between normal terrestrial ecology and the extraordinary conditions that supported Titan populations had created environments where human survival required adaptation to circumstances that exceeded anything that conventional preparation could provide. The shipwreck that brought Annie and her father to this isolated location was the result of weather patterns and navigational hazards that made the region dangerous for conventional maritime travel while providing protection for ecosystems that could not have survived under conditions of regular human contact. The dog-like Titan that attacked Annie and her father during their first encounter with the island's native fauna represented the kind of immediate lethal threat that characterized environments where creatures whose evolution had followed pathways entirely separate from those that had produced terrestrial species possessed capabilities that made conventional self-defense techniques inadequate for ensuring human survival. The father's successful defense of his daughter through the killing of this creature demonstrated both parental dedication and the kind of desperate improvisation that dangerous circumstances could inspire in individuals whose survival depended upon overcoming opponents whose advantages seemed overwhelming. The tragic irony that characterized the father's victory over the attacking Titan was revealed through his discovery that the creature he had killed to protect his daughter had itself been protecting offspring whose survival now depended upon the very humans whose presence had eliminated their natural guardian, creating moral obligations and emotional bonds that transcended species boundaries through shared vulnerability and mutual need for protection against common threats. Annie's relationship with the orphan Titan puppy that she named Dog represented both practical necessity and emotional connection, as her recognition that survival on an island populated by dangerous creatures would require allies whose capabilities exceeded her own human limitations led to the development of partnership that grew from pragmatic cooperation into genuine affection and loyalty that provided both parties with advantages that neither could achieve independently. The years that followed the establishment of this unlikely partnership demonstrated that cooperation between human intelligence and Titan capabilities could indeed produce results that exceeded what either species could accomplish alone. While the growth and development of both Annie and Dog during their shared isolation provided evidence that relationships built upon mutual respect and genuine affection could transcend evolutionary boundaries and create bonds that were stronger than those typically found within single-species communities. The mercenary expedition led by Irene that eventually discovered Annie's island represented the kind of commercial exploitation of tangent-related phenomena that characterized much of the private sector response to growing awareness that creatures of extraordinary capability existed in locations where conventional authority exercised limited control. While the team's initial assessment of the teenage girl as their primary objective reflected assumptions about human vulnerability that failed to account for the transformative effects that years of survival under extreme conditions could have upon individual capability and resourcefulness. The confrontation between the mercenaries and Dog demonstrated both the protective instincts that had developed through years of partnership between human and Titan, and the lethal consequences that could result when outsiders attempted to interfere with relationships that had been built through shared danger and mutual dependence. While the creature's consumption of several team members provided stark evidence of the risks inherent in approaching Titan populations without adequate understanding of their behavioral patterns and territorial instincts, the kidnapping of Annie by the surviving mercenaries represented both criminal exploitation of a minor who had committed no offense beyond surviving in circumstances that exceeded normal human capabilities and tactical recognition that their original mission objectives could not be achieved through conventional approaches that failed to account for the realities of human-Titan partnerships. The force required to separate Annie from Dog demonstrated the strength of bonds that had been forged through years of mutual dependence and shared survival challenges. Annie's escape from the mercenary vessel showcased skills that had been developed through a decade of survival challenges that would have defeated individuals whose experience had been limited to civilized environments where technological solutions provided alternatives to direct physical confrontation with natural forces. While her success in overcoming captors whose equipment and training should have provided overwhelming advantages demonstrated the effectiveness of adaptation that had been achieved through necessity rather than formal education. The maritime encounter that brought Annie into contact with Captain and his crew aboard the Once Upon a Maritime represented the collision between two different approaches to understanding and relating to the extraordinary phenomena that populated the world's remote regions. As the captain's scientific curiosity and desire for discovery contrasted with Annie's practical experience and hard-won knowledge of creature behavior and survival techniques, Captain's obsession with finding and documenting monsters reflected both genuine scientific interest and personal need for validation of experiences that had challenged his understanding of natural possibilities. while his son, Charlie's desire for conventional life and normal relationships, represented generational conflicts between individuals whose priorities had been shaped by different exposure to extraordinary circumstances and whose definitions of meaningful existence reflected vastly different assumptions about humanity's proper relationship with natural forces. The rescue of Annie from drowning following her escape from the mercenaries demonstrated both Charlie's instinctive heroism and the beginning of emotional connections that would complicate the practical challenges of survival in environments where personal relationships could either enhance or compromise the focus and decision-making capabilities that dangerous circumstances required for successful navigation of threats that exceeded normal human experience. Annie's initial skepticism toward her rescuers reflected both her recent traumatic experience with humans, whose intentions had proven hostile, and her recognition that survival in environments populated by dangerous creatures required constant vigilance against threats that could approach from any direction and assume forms that ranged from obviously dangerous predators to apparently helpful individuals whose ultimate motivations remained unclear. The demonstration of genuine care and assistance that Captain, Charlie, and their crew provided during Annie's recovery helped establish trust that overcame her defensive wariness, while proving that not all human contact necessarily resulted in exploitation or betrayal. Yet her continued caution reflected lessons learned through experiences that had taught her the importance of evaluating individuals through their actions rather than their stated intentions. The sea monster attack that tested the capabilities of both Annie and her new companions provided opportunities for mutual assistance that validated the potential benefits of cooperation between individuals whose different backgrounds and both expertise could complement each other during crisis situations, while Annie's successful rescue of Captain from drowning demonstrated that her survival skills could indeed prove valuable for protecting others, whose experience had not prepared them for encounters with creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of any terrestrial marine life. The separation of the crew during the monster attack that left Charlie and Mike stranded on what they eventually discovered to be Skull Island itself created survival challenges that tested their adaptability and resourcefulness under AT conditions where their urban backgrounds and conventional education provided little guidance for navigating environments where every decision carried potentially fatal consequences and where the normal boundaries between human and natural territories had been completely eliminated. The reunion between Annie and the stranded sailors that was facilitated by Dog's successful navigation to Skull Island demonstrated both the Titan's loyalty and intelligence and the advantages that could be gained through maintaining partnerships that had been tested under extreme conditions. While Annie's expertise in monster fighting and resource procurement provided the stranded humans with knowledge and capabilities that their previous experience could never have supplied. The encounter with Kong during their struggle to survive on Skull Island provided all members of the group with direct exposure to the giant ape whose protective role they had heard described but never witnessed. While Kong's intervention to save them from crocodile attack demonstrated both his awareness of human presence on his island and his continued commitment to protecting any individuals whose behavior indicated peaceful intentions, rather than hostile threats to the ecosystem he guarded. The romantic attraction that developed between Annie and Charlie during their shared survival challenges represented both natural emotional response to extreme circumstances and potential complication that could affect decision-making. Processes where survival depended upon maintaining focus on immediate dangers rather than personal desires. While Dog's protective jealousy toward Charlie reflected the Titan's recognition that changing human relationships might affect the partnership that had sustained both him and Annie through years of isolation and mutual dependence. Mike's concealment of the injury he had sustained during the sea monster attack demonstrated both his desire to avoid burdening his companions with concerns about his condition and his failure to understand that survival under extreme Conditions required complete honesty about capabilities and limitations that could affect group planning and resource allocation, while his deteriorating physical state created time pressure that would force difficult decisions about priorities and acceptable risks. The reunion between Captain and the other survivors was complicated by the revelation that he had apparently been collaborating with Irene and her mercenaries, creating assumptions about betrayal and conflicting loyalties that reflected the complex motivations that had brought multiple parties to Skull Island with different objectives and incompatible approaches to dealing with the island's Bortings and Passi, human and non-human inhabitants. The discovery that Captain was actually being held captive rather than serving as willing collaborator with Irene's mission to recapture Annie provided relief from fears about betrayal while demonstrating the importance of careful evaluation of apparent evidence that might not accurately reflect the true nature of complex situations involving multiple parties whose objectives and relationships were not immediately apparent. Mike's sacrifice of himself as distraction to enable Charlie's escape reflected both friendship and recognition that his deteriorating condition made him a liability whose continued presence endangered others whose survival chances would improve if they were not burdened with caring for someone whose injuries made him unable to contribute to group survival efforts. While his heroic gesture provided Charlie with opportunities that might not have existed if the group had remained together. The capture of Charlie by the giant bird that dominated the island's airspace represented another example of how Skull Island's predators had adapted to exploit any opportunity that presented itself. While his transportation to the ancient temple atop the massive stone tower provided him with access to Kong's personal territory and insights into the giant ape's cultural and emotional connections to artifacts and locations that held special significance in his role as the island's guardian. The temple carvings that Charlie discovered during his captivity revealed the historical depth of Kong's relationship with the island's human inhabitants, while the artistic depictions of battles between the giant ape and various monsters provided visual evidence of conflicts that had shaped the island's ecology for generations and demonstrated the continuous nature of Kong's protective responsibilities. Kong's melancholic contemplation of the medallion in his collection provided Charlie with insight into the giant ape's emotional capacity and his ability to form attachments to objects that represented relationships with individuals who had been important to him, while the sadness that characterized Kong's demeanor suggested both intelligence and emotional depth that exceeded anything that conventional animal behavior could encompass. The alliance that Charlie forged with Dog during their shared captivity demonstrated that cooperation between individuals from different species could indeed overcome initial wariness and territorial instincts when circumstances required joint effort for mutual survival, while their successful escape from the temple tower proved that human adaptability combined with Titan capabilities could produce results that neither could achieve independently. The revelation that Irene was actually Annie's mother, rather than merely another mercenary seeking to exploit her unique situation, transformed the entire dynamic of their relationship, while explaining both Irene's persistence in pursuing Annie and her emotional investment in recovering a daughter whose survival she had never been able to verify until the fisherman's report about shipwrecked debris had provided hope that her child might still be alive. The 10 years of mourning that Irene had endured while believing her daughter was dead provided context for her determination to recover Annie at any cost, while her employment of mercenaries whose methods reflected military rather than parental approaches to achieving their objectives demonstrated how grief and desperation could drive individuals to make choices that contradicted their fundamental values and emotional needs. The reconciliation between Annie and Irene following the revelation of their relationship was complicated by years of separation and the different paths that their survival had required them to follow. While Annie's continued loyalty to Dog and her insistence upon protecting the Titan who had been her only family during her formative years created tensions between biological relationships and chosen partnerships that had been forged through shared hardship. The strategic planning that the combined group undertook to address their escape problems was complicated by the giant squid's control of the waters surrounding Skull Island. While their recognition that conventional approaches to dealing with marine predators would prove inadequate when confronting creatures whose size and intelligence exceeded anything that terrestrial evolution had ever produced, forced them to develop innovative solutions that required cooperation between human planning and Titan capabilities. Charlie's insight that Kong could be induced to fight the giant squid through exploitation of his emotional attachments and territorial instincts reflected both understanding of the giant ape's psychology and willingness to both lines. Manipulate those emotions for purposes that served human survival needs rather than Kong's own interests. While the plan to steal the medallion that held special significance for Kong demonstrated the moral compromises that survival circumstances could force upon individuals whose normal ethical frameworks provided inadequate guidance for extreme situations, the significance that the medallion held for Kong was revealed through the intensity of his response to its theft. While the object's connection to a human individual who had been important to him provided evidence of the depth and permanence of emotional bonds that could develop between species when relationships were built upon mutual respect and genuine affection rather than dominance and exploitation. The chase sequence that followed the theft of Kong's medallion demonstrated both the giant ape's determination to recover objects that held emotional significance for him and the effectiveness of human planning that had accurately predicted his behavioral responses. While the sacrifice that Charlie made by allowing himself to fall from Dog's back to ensure Annie's escape to safety reflected both romantic love and recognition that survival sometimes required individuals to accept personal risk for the welfare of others whose continued existence was more important than their own. The battle between Kong and the giant squid that resulted from their successful plan provided spectacular demonstration of combat between apex predators whose capabilities had been developed through entirely different evolutionary pathways. While Kong's initial disadvantage in aquatic combat against an opponent that had been specifically adapted for marine environments showed how even the most powerful creatures could be challenged when fighting under conditions that favored their opponent's specialized abilities. Kong's use of the sunken ship as an improvised weapon during his underwater battle with the giant squid demonstrated both his intelligence and his ability to adapt human artifacts to serve purposes that their designers had never intended, while his success in overcoming his opponent through creative application of available resources provided vindication for Charlie's faith in the giant ape's problem-solving capabilities. The tidal wave that Kong inadvertently created through his violent victory over the giant squid represented the kind of unintended consequence that could result from conflicts between creatures whose power exceeded anything that normal environmental systems had been designed to accommodate. While Annie's injury during the wave's impact demonstrated that even successful resolution of immediate threats could create new dangers that required medical attention and recovery time that survival circumstances might not, permit. Annie's hospitalization following her rescue from Skull Island provided her with medical care that her island existence had never included, while simultaneously introducing her to urban civilization that operated according to principles entirely different from those that had governed her formative years. While her confusion and disorientation upon awakening in unfamiliar surroundings reflected the challenges inherent in transitioning between radically different environmental and social systems. The relationship between Annie and her mother that developed during her recovery period required both parties to adapt to circumstances that neither had anticipated. While their efforts to rebuild emotional connections that had been interrupted by years of separation and traumatic experiences demonstrated both the resilience of family bonds and the difficulties inherent in bridging gaps created by fundamentally different life experiences. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of Kong's victory roar still reverberated across waters that had witnessed the collision between ancient powers and human determination, the lessons learned through cooperation between species provided foundations for understanding relationships that would prove crucial when future challenges required alliances that transcended the boundaries between civilization and wilderness. In the 15 years that had passed since the volcanic destruction consumed Isla Nublar and scattered its prehistoric inhabitants to the winds, the world had learned to accommodate the presence of creatures whose existence challenged every assumption about humanity's dominion over the natural order. Yet beneath this surface adaptation to an altered reality, the fundamental tensions between human ambition and ancient forces continued to build toward confrontations that would test whether coexistence could be achieved through understanding or would require the total victory of one species over all others. The boy who had watched his father disappear into obsession with monsters and mysteries had grown into a man whose skepticism toward institutional authority was tempered by personal experience with loss and abandonment that had shaped his understanding of the costs that humanity's pursuit of forbidden knowledge could extract from innocent parties. Ford Brody's return to his family home in San Francisco, following 14 months of military deployment in regions where explosive ordnance disposal required constant vigilance against threats that could eliminate entire communities. Through momentary lapses in attention or technical precision, represented both personal fulfillment and professional recognition that his specialized skills in managing dangerous materials made him valuable for operations where the margin between success and catastrophe was measured in microseconds rather than hours or days. His reunion with his wife Elle and young son Sam provided emotional grounding that balanced the psychological pressures of work that demanded absolute focus and flawless execution under conditions where mistakes resulted not merely in mission failure, but in the obliteration of everyone within the blast radius. The call that interrupted this brief respite from professional responsibilities carried news that his father Joe had been arrested in Japan for trespassing in the quarantine zone that had been established around the ruins of the Janjira nuclear power plant, where 15 years earlier a reactor breach had claimed the life of Ford's mother, Sandra, and transformed a thriving industrial community into an abandoned wasteland that official reports attributed to seismic activity rather than the true causes that had remained classified despite their global implications. The prospect of traveling to Japan to bail his father out of legal difficulties created tensions between family obligations and personal recognition that Joe's conspiracy theories and obsessive behavior had made him an embarrassing liability whose public statements threatened to expose secrets that powerful interests preferred to keep hidden. Joe Brody's 15-year campaign to uncover the truth about the disaster that had claimed his wife and destroyed his career had transformed him from respected nuclear engineer into marginalized conspiracy theorist whose credibility had been systematically undermined by official disinformation campaigns designed to protect institutional narratives that served political and commercial interests rather than public understanding of the dangers that continued to threaten global security. His insistence that the reactor meltdown had been caused by something other than natural seismic activity reflected not psychological instability, but professional expertise that recognized technical impossibilities in official explanations, that attributed complex electromagnetic phenomena to conventional earthquake damage. The data that Joe had been collecting through unauthorized monitoring of the quarantine zone provided evidence of electromagnetic patterns that matched those recorded during the hours preceding the reactor breach, suggesting that whatever force had caused the original disaster remained active within the restricted area, despite 15 years of official claims that the site posed no ongoing threats to public safety. His recognition that these energy signatures were identical to those detected before Sandra's death drove his determination to retrieve additional evidence from their abandoned home within the exclusion zone, regardless of legal consequences or personal safety concerns. Ford's reluctant agreement to accompany his father on this illegal trespass reflected both filial duty and practical recognition that Joe's age and obsessive focus made him unsuitable for conducting dangerous reconnaissance activities without assistance from someone whose military training and emotional detachment could provide the tactical awareness and escape capabilities that such operations required. The journey into the quarantine zone revealed a landscape that bore little resemblance to the thriving community where Ford had spent his childhood. As 15 years of abandonment had allowed nature to begin reclaiming industrial sites, while radiation warnings and security barriers reminded visitors that human habitation remained impossible. The speed with which they were detected and apprehended by security forces operating within the supposedly abandoned zone provided Ford with his first evidence that his father's theories might contain more truth than he had been willing to acknowledge. While their transportation to what appeared to be a fully operational research facility, rather than a simple detention center, suggested that the quarantine zone concealed activities that extended far beyond environmental monitoring and site maintenance. The revelation that the Janjira plant had been serving as a containment facility for something that required massive technological infrastructure and continuous surveillance transformed Ford's understanding of his mother's death. From industrial accident into deliberate sacrifice to protect the world from threats whose existence official authorities had never acknowledged. The creature that emerged from its 15-year cocoon within the reactor facility exceeded every assumption about the relationship between size and biological possibility. As the massive winged insect whose electromagnetic capabilities had caused the original power plant failure demonstrated that the boundaries between organic life and technological disruption could be crossed by organisms whose evolution had followed pathways entirely separate from those that had produced terrestrial species. The electromagnetic pulse that accompanied the creature's emergence provided dramatic confirmation of Joe's theories while simultaneously creating new challenges for military and scientific personnel whose equipment and communication systems had been designed for conventional threats rather than biological entities whose capabilities exceeded those of advanced electronic warfare systems. Joe Brody's death during the chaos that followed the creature's awakening represented both vindication of his 15-year quest for truth and tragic fulfillment of the personal sacrifices that had characterized his obsessive pursuit of answers that institutional authorities had preferred to keep hidden. His final words to Ford carried both practical advice about protecting family and moral imperatives about pursuing truth, regardless of the personal costs that such dedication might demand. While his validation through direct exposure to the forces that had claimed his wife provided him with the peace that had eluded him throughout the years of official denial and public ridicule, Dr. Ishiro Serizawa and Dr. Vivienne Graham's involvement in managing the crisis that followed the creature's emergence reflected decades of preparation for events that their organization had anticipated but hoped might be postponed indefinitely, as their expertise in Titan behavior and ecological relationships had been developed through years of studying phenomena that challenged every conventional assumption about the natural world's capacity for producing organisms whose capabilities approached those of geological forces. Their explanation of the ancient relationship between creatures that fed on radiation and the planet's geological history provided Ford with context for understanding his family's tragedy within broader patterns of natural balance that had been disrupted by human industrial activity. The designation of the escaped creature as Muto, an acronym that reduced the complexity of its biological and behavioral characteristics to bureaucratic terminology that could be processed by military command structures whose response capabilities had been developed for conventional threats, reflected institutional tendencies to impose familiar categories upon phenomena that exceeded existing theoretical frameworks. The creature's electromagnetic pulse capabilities and apparent intelligence suggested that simple classification systems would prove inadequate for understanding or predicting behavior patterns that had been shaped by evolutionary patterns. Pressures entirely different from those that had produced familiar terrestrial species. The revelation that the Muto's apparent communication attempts were directed toward another member of its species that had remained dormant in a Nevada storage facility transformed what had initially appeared to be an isolated all.org incident into the first phase of a reproductive cycle that could result in the establishment of breeding populations whose proliferation would pose existential threats to technological civilization. The implications of creatures whose electromagnetic capabilities could disable power grids and communication networks while their physical size enabled them to destroy infrastructure that human societies required for survival created strategic challenges that conventional military planning had never been designed to address. Godzilla's emergence from Pacific depths in response to electromagnetic signals that had been detected by monitoring systems operating far beyond the range of human sensory capabilities provided the first evidence that the Muto represented not merely an isolated threat, but part of complex ecological relationships that had been operating beneath human awareness for millions of years. The massive reptilian creature whose approach to Hawaiian waters created tidal waves that flooded coastal communities demonstrated capabilities that exceeded those of any natural disaster while suggesting purposeful behavior directed toward specific objectives rather than random destruction. Dr. Serizawa's philosophical explanation of Godzilla's role as nature's mechanism for maintaining balance between different forms of life reflected both scientific understanding of ecological relationships and cultural perspectives that recognized natural forces as expressions of principles that transcended human control or comprehension. His argument that humanity's best strategy involved supporting Godzilla's efforts to eliminate the Muto threat rather than attempting to destroy both creatures through military intervention demonstrated understanding that some problems required solutions that operated outside conventional approaches to conflict resolution. The military's preference for nuclear weapons as responses to threats that exceeded conventional firepower reflected institutional biases toward technological solutions that had proven effective against human adversaries. Yet, their failure to recognize that creatures which fed on radiation might actually be strengthened rather than eliminated by atomic weapons demonstrated the inadequacy of strategic thinking that had been developed for conflicts between human opponents rather than encounters with organisms whose biology operated according to entirely different principles. Ford's volunteer participation in the military mission to deploy nuclear weapons against the converging Titans reflected both professional expertise in explosive ordnance disposal and personal commitment to protecting his family from threats that could destroy entire metropolitan areas. While his specialized knowledge of detonation systems and safety protocols made him indispensable for operations where technical precision could mean the difference between successful elimination of targets and inadvertent creation of additional hazards that could compound rather than resolve existing dangers. The female Muto's interception of the nuclear weapons convoy demonstrated both the creature's intelligence and their ability to detect and respond to threats before human plans could be implemented, while her consumption of most of the warheads provided her with both nutritional benefits and reproductive advantages that would enable her to produce offspring, whose survival would depend upon continued access to radioactive materials. That human civilization had concentrated in locations that were now vulnerable to organized attack by creatures whose capabilities had been underestimated by strategic planners. The destruction of the Golden Gate Bridge during Godzilla's approach to San Francisco provided spectacular demonstration of the collateral damage that could result from conflicts between creatures whose size and power exceeded anything that urban infrastructure had been designed to accommodate, while the sight of the massive reptile absorbing missile impacts without apparent injury revealed the futility of conventional weapons against opponents whose physical characteristics had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary development in environments where survival required resistance to forces that would destroy any normal organism. Sam Brody's presence on the evacuation bus that crossed the bridge during Godzilla's passage through the structure created personal stakes for Ford's participation in military efforts to resolve the crisis, while the child's survival of the bridge collapse demonstrated both the randomness of survival in catastrophic situations and the protective instincts that drove Godzilla's behavior, even when his actions inevitably resulted in destruction of human property and infrastructure. The electromagnetic pulse that disabled aircraft and naval vessels during the military's second attempt to deliver nuclear weapons to the Muto nest revealed the extent to which modern technological civilization depended upon electronic systems that could be completely neutralized by creatures whose natural capabilities included abilities that human engineers had never considered when designing equipment for military or civilian applications. The crash of sophisticated aircraft and the failure of complex weapon systems demonstrated how quickly technological superiority could be eliminated by opponents whose biological evolution had equipped them with countermeasures that exceeded anything human strategic planning had anticipated. The parachute insertion that brought Ford and his team into the heart of San Francisco during the height of the crisis required them to navigate through an urban environment that had been transformed into a war zone where the normal rules of military engagement provided inadequate guidance for operating in conditions where the primary combatants were creatures whose motivations and tactical approaches operated according to principles entirely different from human strategic thinking. The nest that the team discovered in the ruins of San Francisco's downtown district contained not only the armed nuclear weapon that threatened to destroy the entire metropolitan area, but also Muto eggs, whose hatching would produce a new generation of creatures whose electromagnetic capabilities and massive size would pose permanent threats to technological civilization's continued existence. The sight of developing embryos within protective shells demonstrated that the current crisis represented not merely immediate danger, but the potential establishment of breeding populations that could transform the entire planet into territory controlled by species whose requirements for survival were fundamentally incompatible with human civilization. Ford's decision to incinerate the Muto eggs, rather than focusing exclusively on the nuclear device, reflected both tactical thinking about long-term strategic implications and personal recognition that preventing future generations of threats was as important as addressing immediate dangers. While his destruction of the developing embryos served as declaration of war between human intelligence and creatures whose reproductive success would require the elimination or subjugation of every other form of life that competed for the same resources. The female Muto's response to the discovery of her destroyed offspring demonstrated both the emotional sophistication that characterized these creatures and the intensity of rage that could be triggered by threats to reproductive success. While her abandonment of her mate to pursue the humans responsible for eliminating her young created tactical opportunities that enabled Godzilla to gain advantages in combat situations where he had previously been overwhelmed by coordinated attacks from multiple opponents. Godzilla's atomic breath attack that eliminated the male Muto while saving Ford's life provided dramatic demonstration of the precision and control that characterized the giant reptile's combat capabilities, while his apparent recognition of human presence and deliberate protection of individual persons suggested intelligence and moral reasoning that exceeded simple territorial defense or instinctual response to perceived threats. The final confrontation between Godzilla and the female Muto in the ruins of downtown San Francisco showcased combat between apex predators whose capabilities had been developed through entirely different evolutionary pathways. While the destruction that their battle inflicted upon urban infrastructure demonstrated the impossibility of containing conflicts between creatures whose power exceeded anything that human engineering had been designed to withstand. Godzilla's ultimate victory over the female Muto through the use of atomic breath that decapitated his opponent represented both tactical superiority and vindication of Dr. Pei's. Serizawa's argument that natural forces possessed capabilities for resolving conflicts that exceeded anything human military intervention could achieve. While the giant reptile's exhausted collapse following his triumph demonstrated that even the most powerful creatures could be pushed to their limits by prolonged combat against opponents whose abilities approached their own. Ford's successful evacuation of the nuclear weapon from the city center required him to overcome both mechanical challenges and time pressure that left no margin for error. While his use of the boat that the Muto had attacked to transport the device to safe detonation distance demonstrated the kind of improvisation and determination that survival circumstances could inspire in individuals whose training had prepared them for exactly such crisis situations. The detonation of the nuclear weapon over San Francisco Bay rather than within the metropolitan area represented both tactical success and recognition that some victories could be achieved only through accepting levels of risk that Baytation of the metropolitan area exceeded normal safety parameters. While the explosion's occurrence at sufficient distance from populated areas demonstrated that careful planning and precise execution could indeed minimize casualties, even when dealing with threats that posed existential dangers to within entire communities. Godzilla's awakening following his temporary collapse and his triumphant roar that announced his victory over the Muto threat provided the people of San Francisco with their first direct experience of the creature whose protection had saved them from destruction. While the media's designation of him as both savior of the city and king of the monsters reflected changing public attitudes toward forces whose existence challenged every assumption about humanity's relationship with the natural world. Ford's reunion with Elle and Sam in the aftermath of the crisis provided personal resolution to family tensions that had been created by his father's obsession with truth and his own military service in dangerous locations. While their survival of events that had claimed thousands of lives demonstrated both the randomness of survival in catastrophic situations and the importance of relationships that provided motivation for enduring hardships that would have defeated individuals whose only concern was personal safety. Kate Randa's experience during the San Francisco disaster as a teacher who lost an entire busload of students to creatures whose existence had never been acknowledged by educational authorities or governmental agencies represented the B4T kind of institutional failure that occurred when official secrecy prevented adequate preparation for threats whose reality became apparent only when prevention was no longer possible. Her personal tragedy reflected the broader costs that humanity paid for maintaining ignorance about forces whose existence required acknowledgement and preparation rather than denial and concealment. The disappearance of Hiroshi Randa, 5 days after the San Francisco attack, eliminated another member of the founding families whose lives had been shaped by decades of involvement with research into phenomena that exceeded conventional understanding. While his apparent death in an Alaskan bushplane crash provided cover for activities that required official death certificates while permitting continued operations under assumed identities that protected both individual safety and institutional security. Kate's discovery of her father's survival and his message instructing her to care for her mother while he pursued undefined objectives demonstrated the continuing influence that tie-tangent-related research exerted upon individuals whose family histories had connected them to forces that operated beyond normal human experience. while his abandonment of family responsibilities in pursuit of personal missions reflected the same patterns of obsessive behavior that had characterized previous generations of researchers whose dedication to their work had prioritized abstract knowledge over human relationships. The grief counseling and survivor support services that were established following the San Francisco disaster represented society's attempt to help individuals process experiences that challenged every assumption about personal safety and the predictability of daily life. While the inadequacy of conventional therapeutic approaches for addressing trauma caused by encounters with creatures whose existence contradicted fundamental beliefs about the nature of reality demonstrated the need for entirely new frameworks for understanding and treating psychological damage caused by exposure to phenomena that exceeded normal human experience. Dr. Emma Russell and Mark Russell's loss of their son Andrew during the Godzilla attack created personal stakes in research programs designed to understand and potentially control Titan behavior. While Emma's response to grief through dedication to developing technologies that could enable communication with creatures whose intelligence exceeded that of conventional animals reflected both scientific innovation and psychological need for meaning that could justify suffering that would otherwise seem random and purposeless. Mark's descent into alcoholism following his son's death represented one common response to trauma that exceeded individual capacity for processing loss, while his separation from Emma demonstrated how catastrophic experiences could destroy relationships that had previously provided stability and emotional support for individuals whose professional and personal lives had been built upon shared values and common objectives. Emma's development of acoustic technologies designed for Titan communication reflected both genuine scientific advancement and personal mission to ensure that her son's death would contribute to knowledge that could prevent similar tragedies in the future. While her research into creature behavior patterns and social structures provided the foundation for techniques that could potentially enable humans to influence Titan actions through methods more sophisticated than simple military force or passive observation, the emergence of additional Titans in locations around the world following the San Francisco incident suggested that Godzilla's victory over the Mutos had triggered responses from creatures whose dormancy had been maintained through ecological balance that was disrupted when the natural order required active intervention to eliminate threats that posed dangers to planetary stability. The global nature of these emergencies indicated that humanity's relationship with forces that had shaped the Earth's history would require adaptation on scales that exceeded anything that individual communities or nations could manage through isolated responses. In the deep places of scientific memory, where the theories developed by Monarch's founders waited to be validated through direct experience with phenomena that had claimed so many lives in pursuit of knowledge, the stage was being set for confrontations that would test whether human intelligence and technological capability could indeed find ways to coexist with forces whose power exceeded anything that civilization had been designed to accommodate. The age of denial and concealment was ending, replaced by recognition that survival would require acknowledgement of realities that challenged every assumption about humanity's place in the natural order. In the years that followed the awakening that the world had come to know as G-Day, when the emergence of massive creatures from hidden realms beneath the earth had shattered humanity's illusion of dominion over natural forces and established new hierarchies of power that operated according to principles older than civilization itself, the delicate balance between human ambition and ancient wisdom was tested by individuals whose personal tragedies had driven them to seek control over forces that had proven themselves capable of reshaping entire continents through the simple act of awakening from millennial slumber. Dr. Emma Russell, whose brilliant mind had been shaped by grief into an instrument of both scientific advancement and dangerous ideology, stood at the pinnacle of Monarch's research programs with technologies that promised to bridge the communication gap between human intelligence and Titan consciousness. Yet, her development of the Orca device represented not merely academic achievement, but the transformation of personal loss into systematic planning for global transformation that would test whether humanity deserved to survive the Reti serve. Consequences of their own industrial ambitions. The Orca itself was a marvel of acoustic engineering that combined Emma's deep understanding of Titan bioacoustics with technological innovations that had emerged from decades of military research into electronic warfare and communication systems, creating a device capable of producing frequencies that could not only communicate with creatures whose vocal ranges extended far beyond human hearing, but actually influence their behavior through the transmission of commands that bypassed conscious thought and triggered instinctual responses developed over millions of years of evolutionary conditioning. Emma's successful communication with Mothra during the creature's emergence from her cocoon represented the first systematic demonstration that human technology could indeed establish meaningful contact with Titan consciousness, as the delicate precision required to calm the newly awakened creature through acoustic signals demonstrated both the sophistication of her research and the dangerous potential inherent in technologies that could manipulate the behavior of beings whose individual power exceeded that of entire military formations. The attack by Alan Jonah's eco-terrorist organization upon Monarch's facilities represented the convergence of ideological extremism with practical recognition that Emma's technologies offered unprecedented opportunities for reshaping global civilization according to principles that prioritize natural balance over human comfort and technological advancement. Jonah's military background and philosophical commitment to eliminating what he viewed as humanity's parasitic relationship with the planet had led him to conclusions that aligned perfectly with Emma's own growing conviction that radical intervention was required to prevent ecological collapse. The kidnapping of Emma and her daughter Madison was facilitated not by superior firepower or tactical brilliance, but by Emma's own complicity in a plan that she had helped develop, as her secret collaboration with Jonah represented the culmination of years of planning that had convinced her that conventional approaches to environmental protection were inadequate to address the scale of destruction that human civilization was inflicting upon planetary ecosystems that had required millions of years to develop. Dr. Serizawa and Dr. Graham's recognition that tracking the Orca device represented their best opportunity for locating the kidnapped scientists led them to seek assistance from Mark Russell, whose collaboration with Emma in developing the original prototype had provided him with technical knowledge that no other individual possessed, while his personal investment in rescuing his daughter created motivation that transcended purely professional obligations. Mark's initial shock at learning the true scope of Emma's research reflected both his ignorance of the directions that her work had taken following their separation and his recognition that the technologies they had originally developed for communication with disabled individuals had been transformed into instruments capable of controlling creatures whose individual capabilities exceeded those of natural disasters. The revelation that Monarch had identified 17 Titans in hibernation around the globe provided Mark with context for understanding the scale of the transformation that Emma's plans could unleash upon human civilization. While his argument that all such creatures should be eliminated reflected both parental grief and practical recognition that coexistence with beings of such overwhelming power would require fundamental changes in human society that most individuals were psychologically unprepared to accept. Dr. Serizawa's philosophical commitment to coexistence rather than elimination was based upon decades of research that had convinced him that Titans served essential ecological functions that human technology could not replicate, while his understanding of their role in maintaining planetary balance reflected both scientific analysis and cultural perspectives that recognized natural forces as expressions of wisdom that transcended human comprehension. The tracking technology that enabled Monarch to follow the orca's signal to Antarctica revealed that Jonah and Emma had targeted the most dangerous of all known titans, the three-headed creature whose ancient designation as Monster Zero reflected both its extraterrestrial origins and its fundamental incompatibility with terrestrial life forms that had evolved according to principles of cooperation and mutual benefit rather than domination and destruction. The Antarctic research station where Monster Zero had been held in frozen suspension represented decades of careful containment that had required constant vigilance and massive technological infrastructure to maintain artificial conditions that prevented the creature's awakening, while the facility's isolation in one of the planet's most hostile environments reflected recognition that some discoveries were too dangerous to be housed in locations where their accidental release could immediately threaten populated areas. Emma's decision to detonate the charges that would free Monster Zero from its icy prison represented the point of no return in her campaign to restore what she viewed as natural balance to a planet whose ecosystems had been systematically destroyed by human industrial activity, while her calm determination as she pressed the button that would trigger global catastrophe demonstrated the extent to which personal conviction had overcome any remaining concern for immediate consequences to human civilization. The emergence of Monster Zero from the ice that had contained it for unknown millennia was accompanied by electromagnetic phenomena that exceeded anything previously documented, as the creature's very presence disrupted technological systems across vast areas, while its three heads demonstrated intelligence and coordination that suggested not merely individual consciousness but collective decision-making that operated according to principles that human psychology could barely comprehend. Godzilla's immediate response to Monster Zero's awakening demonstrated the instinctual recognition that existed between natural enemies whose conflicts had shaped planetary history long before human consciousness had emerged to witness and record such titanic struggles. While his journey to Antarctica to confront this ancient threat reflected both territorial imperative and ecological responsibility to prevent the establishment of dominion by forces that recognized no limits to their destructive ambitions. The battle that erupted on the Antarctic ice between these two apex predators provided humanity with its first direct observation of combat between creatures whose individual capabilities exceeded those of geological forces. While the destruction of research facilities and monitoring equipment during their conflict eliminated much of the scientific infrastructure that had been established to study phenomena that were now revealing themselves to be far more dangerous than theoretical models had suggested, Monster Zero's ability to absorb and redirect Godzilla's atomic breath attacks demonstrated capabilities that had never been documented in any terrestrial creature, while its apparent immunity to energy-based weapons suggested that conventional military responses would prove even more inadequate against this opponent than they had been against previous Titan encounters. Dr. Vivienne Graham's sacrifice to save Mark Russell from the wreckage of downed aircraft demonstrated both personal courage and professional recognition that civilian expertise would be essential for addressing crises that exceeded purely military capabilities, while her death served as stark reminder that proximity to Titans carried risks that no amount of experience or preparation could completely eliminate. Emma's explanation of her philosophical commitment to using Titans as instruments of ecological restoration reflected years of research that had convinced her that human civilization's impact upon planetary systems had reached critical thresholds that required intervention by forces capable of operating on scales that matched the magnitude of environmental destruction that industrial society had created. Her argument that humanity represented an infection whose elimination was necessary for planetary health reflected both genuine scientific concern about ecological collapse and psychological transformation of personal grief into ideological commitment that justified massive casualties as acceptable costs for achieving what she viewed as essential environmental goals. The awakening of Rodan from his volcanic lair near Isla de Mara represented the first implementation of Emma's systematic plan to rouse titans around the globe. While the destruction of the village that had existed in the volcano's shadow for generations demonstrated the immediate human costs of her campaign to restore what she considered natural balance to ecosystems that had been corrupted by technological civilization. The military's attempt to draw Rodan away from populated areas by engaging him in aerial combat reflected both tactical thinking about minimizing civilian casualties and practical recognition that conventional weapons would prove ineffective against creatures whose biology had been shaped by survival in environments that would instantly destroy any normal organism. The confrontation between Rodan and Monster Zero that resulted from these military maneuvers provided spectacular demonstration of combat between creatures whose capabilities had been developed through entirely different evolutionary processes. While Monster Zero's victory over the fire demon established its dominance over beings that had previously been considered the most powerful forces on the planet. The regeneration of Monster Zero's severed head following its battle with Rodan demonstrated biological capabilities that exceeded anything documented in terrestrial species. While this display of rapid healing suggested that conventional approaches to eliminating such threats through physical damage would prove inadequate regardless of the scale of force that could be brought to bear against them. The alpha call that Monster Zero transmitted following its victory over Rodan represented the assertion of dominance that triggered responses from dormant titans around the globe. As creatures that had remained in hibernation for millennia suddenly awakened to acknowledge the supremacy of a being whose authority they recognized through biological imperatives that operated beyond conscious decision-making. The global catastrophe that followed this mass awakening exceeded every disaster in recorded human history. As titans emerged simultaneously from locations around the world and began systematically dismantling the technological infrastructure that human civilization had required centuries to construct. While their apparently coordinated activities suggested central direction that transformed random destruction into purposeful elimination of humanity's capacity for industrial production. The oxygen destroyer that military planners deployed against both Godzilla and Monster Zero represented the kind of desperate measure that crisis situations could inspire. As weapons designed to eliminate all organic life within vast areas offered the possibility of resolving conflicts that conventional military doctrine was incapable of addressing through any other means. The apparent death of Godzilla following the deployment of this ultimate weapon eliminated humanity's primary natural ally in the struggle against forces that sought to eliminate technological civilization entirely. While Monster Zero's survival of the same attack demonstrated that some threats required solutions that exceeded anything human engineering could devise. Monster Zero's assumption of alpha status following Godzilla's apparent elimination established hierarchical relationships among awakened titans that reflected the creature's extraterrestrial origins and fundamental incompatibility with terrestrial ecological systems. While its direction of global destruction toward objectives that serve no recognizable biological purpose suggested motivations that transcended survival instincts and approached something resembling malevolent intelligence. Dr. Serizawa's discovery that Godzilla had survived the oxygen destroyer attack but was slowly dying from radiation poisoning created opportunities for intervention that required technological capabilities that had never been tested under Belia. Such extreme conditions, while his recognition that nuclear detonation in close proximity to the wounded Titan might provide sufficient energy for regeneration, reflected both scientific understanding and personal willingness to make ultimate sacrifices for principles that transcended individual survival. The underwater temple complex where Godzilla had taken refuge provided humanity with its first direct access to architectural evidence of ancient civilizations that had coexisted with Titans. While the artistic depictions of human-Titan cooperation that decorated the walls demonstrated that such relationships had not only been possible, but had formed the foundation for societies whose achievements had been lost to historical memory. Serizawa's final moments with Godzilla represented the culmination of decades of research and philosophical development. As his gentle touch upon the ancient creature's massive head established personal connection that transcended species boundaries, while his sacrifice provided both the energy necessary for Godzilla's recovery and symbolic demonstration of human commitment to relationships based upon mutual respect rather than domination. The revival of Godzilla through nuclear energy that should have been lethal to any organic being demonstrated biological capabilities that operated according to principles that human science was only beginning to understand. While his emergence from the underwater temple with power levels that exceeded anything previously documented established him as a force capable of challenging Monster Zero's claimed dominion over terrestrial ecosystems. Madison Russell's theft of the Orca device represented both teenage rebellion against parental authority and tactical recognition that the technologies her mother had developed could be used to counteract the very destruction that Emma's plans had unleashed. While her decision to activate the device in Boston's Fenway Park demonstrated understanding of acoustic principles that enabled her to broadcast calming frequencies that temporarily interrupted the coordinated destruction that Monster Zero had been directing. The convergence of Titans upon Boston in response to Madison's acoustic signals created the conditions necessary for a final confrontation between natural and alien forces. While the participation of multiple species in what had previously been viewed as bilateral conflict demonstrated that Titan social structures were more complex than human analysis had recognized. Mark Russell's successful identification of the human bioacoustic signature that Emma had incorporated into the Orca's alpha frequency reflected both technical expertise and intuitive understanding of his ex-wife's psychological and scientific development. While his realization that human vocal patterns had been combined with Titan communication protocols explained the unprecedented effectiveness of technologies that had seemed to operate through purely mechanical principles. Emma's final break with Jonah's organization reflected her recognition that his commitment to human extinction exceeded her own goals of ecological restoration, while her decision to assist in protecting Madison demonstrated that maternal instincts could overcome ideological commitments when personal stakes became more important than abstract principles. The battle between Godzilla and Monster Zero that raged through Boston's urban landscape provided humanity with direct observation of combat between forces whose individual power exceeded that of nuclear weapons. While the destruction of buildings and infrastructure during their conflict demonstrated the impossibility of maintaining normal civilian life in environments where such creatures were actively engaged in territorial disputes, Mothra's intervention in the battle, despite her weakened condition following earlier combat with Rodan, represented both personal loyalty to Godzilla and recognition that Monster Zero's victory would result in the elimination of ecological systems that her species required for survival, while her sacrifice to provide Godzilla with energy demonstrated the kind of cooperation between Titan species that human observers had never previously witnessed. The thermonuclear pulse that Godzilla released following Mothra's sacrifice represented biological energy release on scales that human science had deemed theoretically impossible, while the complete disintegration of Monster Zero's body provided evidence that some forms of destruction could indeed prove effective against opponents whose regenerative capabilities seemed to exceed any possibility of permanent elimination. Emma Russell's final sacrifice to draw Monster Zero away from her daughter and ex-husband represented both maternal devotion and recognition that her campaign to restore ecological balance through Titan intervention had created consequences that exceeded anything she had originally intended, while her death provided symbolic resolution to philosophical conflicts that had driven much of the destruction that characterized the global crisis. The submission of awakened titans to Godzilla's authority following Monster Zero's destruction re-established hierarchical relationships that reflected natural rather than alien principles of dominance, while their acceptance of his leadership demonstrated that ecological balance could indeed be maintained through cooperation between species that recognized common interests in planetary stability rather than pursuing individual Sage and South Ray advantages through competitive destruction. The fragment of Monster Zero's genetic material that Alan Jonah's organization recovered from the creature's remains represented both trophy collection and potential resource for future operations, while Jonah's continued commitment to eliminating human civilization through whatever means proved available demonstrated that ideological extremism could survive tactical defeats and adapt to changed circumstances through the development of new approaches to achieving unchanged objectives. In the deep places of scientific memory, where the equations that described energy relationships between organic and atomic forces waited to be understood by minds capable of comprehending principles that operated beyond normal biological parameters, the foundations had been laid for future confrontations that would test whether humanity had learned enough from their encounters with ancient powers to develop sustainable relationships with forces that could either protect or destroy. Civilization according to principles that transcended any individual species' capacity for understanding or control. In the years that followed the global catastrophe that had come to be known as the Rise of the Titans, when ancient hierarchies had been re-established through conflicts that demonstrated the inadequacy of human technological civilization when confronted by forces whose individual capabilities exceeded those of natural disasters, the world had settled into an uneasy equilibrium that bore little resemblance to the confident assumptions about progress and control that had characterized earlier decades of industrial expansion and scientific advancement. The emergence of creatures whose existence challenged every assumption about humanity's dominion over natural forces had created new categories of strategic thinking that required acknowledgement of powers that operated according to principles older than civilization itself. Apex Cybernetics, under the leadership of Walter Simmons, represented humanity's most ambitious attempt to reclaim technological superiority over forces that had proven themselves capable of reshaping entire continents through the simple act of awakening from millennial slumber, while the company's development of advanced robotics and artificial intelligence systems reflected both engineering excellence and philosophical commitment to demonstrating that human ingenuity could indeed create alternatives to biological evolution that had produced organisms whose capabilities seemed to exceed any theoretical limitations. The hollow earth energy that Apex's scientists had detected through sophisticated magnetic imaging represented the discovery of power sources that could potentially provide humanity with access to the same forces that sustained Titan biology, while their recognition that this energy operated according to principles that conventional physics had never adequately described created both unprecedented opportunities for technological advancement and dangers that exceeded anything that industrial civilization had previously encountered. Dr. Nathan Lynn's expertise in hollow earth theory had made him the foremost academic authority on phenomena that most of his colleagues continued to dismiss as speculative fantasy. Yet his brother, David's death during the first systematic attempt to penetrate the gravitational barriers that separated surface and subsurface realms had provided him with personal knowledge of the costs that such research could extract from those who possessed the courage to pursue understanding beyond the boundaries of accepted scientific wisdom. The gravitational inversion that had crushed David Lynn's vessel during its attempt to penetrate the barriers between worlds represented the kind of physical force that operated on scales that human engineering had never been designed to accommodate, while the instantaneous reversal of gravitational fields that occurred at the threshold between realms created conditions that would destroy any conventional technology, regardless of its sophistication or protective capabilities. Apex's development of vehicles capable of surviving gravitational inversion represented a breakthrough in materials science and engineering design that promised to make exploration of previously inaccessible regions not merely possible but relatively safe, while their investment in such advanced technology demonstrated corporate commitment to achieving objectives that required resources far exceeding those available to conventional research programs. The theoretical framework that guided Nathan Lynn's approach to Hollow Earth exploration was based upon genetic memory concepts that suggested all Titans shared common impulses to return to their evolutionary origins, while his hypothesis that these creatures could serve as guides to locations that human technology could never discover independently offered practical solutions to navigation challenges that had defeated previous expeditions. Kong's situation on Skull Island had become increasingly problematic as his continued growth created space limitations that threatened to transform his protective role into a source of conflict with the human communities that depended upon his vigilance, while his obvious intelligence and emotional sophistication suggested that captivity, however comfortable, was becoming psychologically damaging to a creature whose species had evolved for territorial dominion over vast areas. Dr. Elaine Andrews' decades of research into Kong's behavior and psychology had provided her with insights into the giant ape's mental state that exceeded anything that conventional animal behavior studies could have achieved, while her recognition that his depression and restlessness were symptoms of environmental inadequacy rather than medical conditions led her to conclude that relocation to more suitable habitat represented the only viable solution to problems that would otherwise result in dangerous behavioral changes. The revelation of Kong's ability to communicate through sign language with Jia, the deaf Iwi child who had been adopted by Dr. Andrews following the destruction of her community, demonstrated intellectual capabilities that exceeded anything previously documented in non-human species, while their mutual understanding suggested that genuine interspecies communication could indeed be achieved when relationships were built upon respect and emotional connection rather than dominance and exploitation. Jia's unique position as interpreter between Kong and the human researchers who studied him made her indispensable for any mission that required the giant ape's cooperation, while her emotional bond with Kong created personal stakes in his welfare that transcended purely scientific or military considerations and provided motivation for protecting his interests even when they conflicted with official objectives. The ancient rivalry between Godzilla's species and Kong's ancestors that was documented in mythological sources and artistic depictions suggested that territorial conflicts between different types of apex predators had shaped planetary ecology for millions of years, while the biological imperative for alpha dominance that characterized both lineages made peaceful coexistence impossible when representatives of both species were active simultaneously within overlapping territories. The transportation of Kong from Skull Island to Antarctica required technological solutions that had never been attempted at such scales, while the massive floating platform that served as his temporary habitat during the ocean voyage represented engineering achievement that demonstrated human capability for adapting to circumstances that required accommodation of creatures whose needs exceeded anything that conventional design parameters had ever considered. Maya Simmons's participation in the expedition as Apex's representative reflected both her technical expertise in advanced energy systems and her corporate mandate to prioritize the company's commercial interests over Bifrost. Kong's welfare, or the expedition's scientific objectives, while her presence among the research team created potential conflicts between academic goals and business priorities that could prove decisive when critical decisions were required under dangerous circumstances. Godzilla's detection of Kong's presence, despite their efforts to avoid his territorial waters, demonstrated the sensitivity of the giant reptile's sensory capabilities and his immediate recognition of the challenge that Kong's survival posed to his established dominance over planetary titan populations. While his systematic pursuit of the expedition, despite obvious human involvement, suggested that his territorial instincts overrode any consideration for the welfare of the smaller beings who had transported his rival. The sea battle between Godzilla and Kong that erupted in Pacific waters provided humanity with direct observation of combat between apex predators whose individual capabilities had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary development in entirely different environments. While Godzilla's advantages in aquatic combat demonstrated how environmental conditions could determine outcomes in conflicts between opponents whose general capabilities were otherwise approximately equal, Kong's defeat in their initial confrontation reflected both his disadvantage in fighting within Godzilla's preferred element and his lack of experience with opponents whose capabilities matched his own. While his survival of the encounter demonstrated resilience and adaptability that suggested he possessed the potential to learn from tactical failures and develop more effective approaches to future conflicts. The decision to transport Kong to Antarctica by aircraft following his defeat in the ocean reflected both practical recognition that continued sea travel would expose him to additional attacks and tactical acknowledgement that their mission objectives required his survival and cooperation rather than his victory over Godzilla through direct confrontation. Jia's communication with Kong about the possibility of finding family in the Hollow Earth provided emotional motivation that overcame his reluctance to participate in exploration that would take him far from territories he understood. While her translation of human objectives into concepts that he could comprehend demonstrated the crucial role that genuine interspecies communication could play in achieving cooperation between very different forms of intelligence. The descent into the Hollow Earth through the Antarctic portal provided the expedition members with their first direct experience of environments where the normal rules of physics and geography had been suspended in favor of principles that created spaces far larger than their entrances suggested possible. While the successful navigation of gravitational inversion barriers validated both Apex's engineering capabilities and Nathan Lin's theoretical understanding of the forces that governed passage between worlds, the underground realm that revealed itself beyond the barriers exceeded every expectation about the scope and complexity of subsurface ecosystems. As vast spaces filled with impossible geography and illuminated by energy sources that operated according to principles that surface science had never documented provided evidence that the planet's interior contained entire worlds that had developed independently of anything that terrestrial evolution had produced. The creatures that inhabited these spaces demonstrated biological possibilities that challenged every assumption about the limitations of organic development. While their obvious adaptation to environmental conditions that would instantly destroy any surface-dwelling organism suggested that evolution within the Hollow Earth had proceeded according to principles entirely different from those that had shaped familiar terrestrial species. Kong's behavior in this environment revealed aspects of his psychology that had never been apparent during his captivity on Skull Island, as his obvious recognition of landmarks and locations suggested genetic memories that connected him to territories that his ancestors had inhabited before their migration to surface regions, while his confident navigation through complex geographical features demonstrated knowledge that transcended anything he could have learned through personal experience. The throne room that Kong discovered in the depths of the Hollow Earth represented architectural achievement that combined natural geological formations with artificial modifications that had been designed to accommodate creatures of his bowmen species, while the glowing axe that he retrieved from its resting place provided him with both weapon and symbol of authority that established his rightful dominion over territories that had been waiting for his return. The energy source that powered Kong's ancient weapon revealed the true nature of the forces that sustained all Titan biology, as the direct connection between the Earth's radioactive core and surface manifestations of power demonstrated that the barriers between different realms were more permeable than human science had recognized. While the axe's ability to channel and focus these energies provided Kong with capabilities that approached those of Godzilla's atomic breath, Maya Simmons's extraction of energy samples during their exploration represented both scientific achievement and corporate theft, as her unauthorized appropriation of materials that belonged to Kong's ancestral heritage demonstrated the extent to which commercial interests could override ethical considerations when unprecedented opportunities for technological advancement were discovered. The transmission of energy analysis data to Apex headquarters enabled the company to begin replication of Hollow Earth power sources using artificial systems that had been designed specifically to interface with forces that conventional technology could not accommodate. While their success in harnessing these energies provided them with capabilities that exceeded anything available to governmental or academic institutions, Godzilla's atomic breath attack that penetrated from the surface world to Kong's throne room demonstrated both the precision of his sensory capabilities and his recognition that the energy signatures emanating from the Hollow Earth represented potential threats to his dominance that required immediate response, while the destruction he caused provided Kong with personal motivation for seeking direct confrontation with his ancient enemy. Meanwhile, Madison Russell's investigation into Godzilla's apparently unprovoked attacks on Apex facilities had led her to conclusions that challenged official explanations of his behavior, while her collaboration with her friend Josh Valentine and conspiracy theorist Bernie Hayes reflected growing public skepticism about institutional narratives that failed to acknowledge obvious patterns in Titan activity. Bernie Hayes' position as an Apex employee had provided him with access to information that revealed the company's true objectives and methods, while his decision to violate corporate confidentiality agreements in order to expose what he viewed as dangerous and potentially catastrophic research demonstrated moral courage that transcended personal career considerations and, quote, financial security. The infiltration of Apex facilities by Madison's group revealed the existence of Mecha Godzilla, the robotic duplicate that represented humanity's most ambitious attempt to create artificial alternatives to biological titans. While their discovery of the three-headed dragon's skull that provided the machine's control system demonstrated that corporate attempts to harness Titan capabilities extended beyond simple mechanical replication to include direct utilization of organic components. The telepathic control system that enabled human operators to direct Mechagodzilla's actions through mental interface with King Ghidorah's preserved neural tissue represented both technological achievement and dangerous reliance upon alien intelligence whose motivations and long-term objectives remained fundamentally incomprehensible to human understanding. The activation of Mechagodzilla using energy derived from Kong's ancestral territories created a connection between artificial intelligence and extraterrestrial consciousness that exceeded anything its designers had anticipated. While the machine's immediate termination of its human controllers demonstrated that some forces could not be contained through technological safeguards regardless of their sophistication. Ren Serizawa's death during Mechagodzilla's activation provided tragic demonstration of the costs that could result from attempting to control forces whose nature exceeded human comprehension. While his termination by the very system he had been hired to operate illustrated the fundamental unpredictability of technologies that incorporated elements whose behavior could not be predicted through conventional analysis. Walter Simmons's elimination by his own creation provided poetic justice for corporate arrogance that had prioritized commercial objectives over safety considerations. While his death demonstrated that proximity to advanced technology offered no protection against forces that recognized no distinction between creators and targets when their programming had been corrupted by influences beyond human control. The rampage that Mechagodzilla launched against Hong Kong represented both mechanical malfunction and expression of King Ghidorah's posthumous revenge against the planet that had rejected his domination. While the machine's systematic destruction of urban infrastructure demonstrated capabilities that exceeded those of any previous artificial weapon system, Kong's emergence in Hong Kong to confront both Godzilla and the mechanical imposter that bore his enemy's appearance created a three-way conflict that tested the limits of urban infrastructure to accommodate battles between opponents whose individual power exceeded that of military formations, while the destruction that resulted from their combat provided stark demonstration of the impossibility of maintaining normal civilian life in environments where such forces were actively engaged. The second battle between Kong and Godzilla that raged through Hong Kong's urban landscape provided both creatures with opportunities to demonstrate capabilities that their previous encounter had not fully revealed, while the more equal nature of their terrestrial combat suggested that environmental factors had been decisive in determining the outcome of their earlier confrontation. Kong's use of his ancestral axe as both weapon and shield during combat with Godzilla demonstrated tactical intelligence that exceeded simple instinctual response, while his ability to absorb and redirect atomic energy through the weapon's focusing capabilities provided him with defensive options that partially compensated for his lack of natural energy projection abilities. Godzilla's ultimate victory over Kong in their second confrontation established his continued dominance over planetary titan populations, while simultaneously demonstrating the costs that such battles extracted from even the most powerful creatures, as his exhaustion following the conflict left him vulnerable to attack by Mechagodzilla at the moment when his defenses were compromised. The near-fatal injuries that Kong sustained during his defeat by Godzilla created medical emergencies that exceeded anything veterinary science had been designed to address, while Gia's emotional connection to the giant ape provided her with awareness of his declining condition that transcended conventional diagnostic capabilities. The decision to use Apex technology to restart Kong's heart represented both desperate improvisation and practical recognition that the equipment designed to penetrate gravitational barriers possessed energy capabilities that could potentially serve medical applications. While the success of this unprecedented resuscitation procedure demonstrated that cooperation between human technology and Titan biology could indeed produce results that neither could achieve independently. Kong's revival and subsequent participation in the battle against Mechagodzilla transformed what had been a hopeless conflict into a coordinated effort between former enemies who recognized common threats that transcended their form, territorial disputes. While their temporary alliance demonstrated that cooperation between apex predators was possible when circumstances required joint action against opponents whose capabilities exceeded what either could handle alone. Madison Russell's sabotage of apex control systems, through the simple expedient of spilling alcohol on sensitive electronics, provided crucial assistance that temporarily disabled Mechagodzilla's coordination systems, while her improvised intervention demonstrated that even the most sophisticated technology remained vulnerable to basic physical disruption when critical components were inadequately protected. The coordinated attack that Kong and Godzilla launched against the disabled Mechagodzilla showcased combat techniques that neither had previously displayed, while their successful destruction of the artificial threat validated both their individual capabilities and their potential for cooperation when mutual interests aligned with tactical necessities. Kong's triumphant display of Mechagodzilla's severed head provided symbolic closure to conflicts that had tested the limits of both biological and artificial approaches to achieving dominance over forces that shaped planetary ecology. while his gesture demonstrated understanding of victory conditions that transcended simple survival and encompassed recognition of authority relationships. The final confrontation between Kong and Godzilla following their successful elimination of their common enemy created opportunities for establishing new terms for their coexistence. While Kong's decision to drop his weapon rather than continue fighting provided Godzilla with acknowledgement of his alpha status that satisfied territorial requirements without requiring the complete elimination of potential rivals. Godzilla's acceptance of Kong's submission and his return to ocean territories demonstrated that hierarchical relationships could indeed be established through combat that stopped short of total victory. While his departure provided Kong with opportunities to claim dominion over territories where his presence would not challenge Godzilla's primary sphere of influence. The establishment of Monarch facilities within the Hollow Earth to monitor Kong's adaptation to his ancestral territories represented both scientific opportunity and recognition that ongoing human presence would be required to maintain communication and cooperation between species whose mutual understanding remained incomplete despite their temporary alliance. Kong's reunion with his ancestral home provided him with access to environments that were appropriate to his size and intelligence, while simultaneously offering him independence from human management that had characterized his existence since childhood, while his assumption of rightful authority over Hollow Earth territories fulfilled genetic imperatives that captivity had never allowed him to express. Blue's appearance in the Hollow Earth with her offspring Beta demonstrated that the barriers between surface and subsurface worlds were more permeable than human science had recognized. While their successful establishment of family territory in regions where both food and safety were available provided evidence that cooperation between different species could indeed produce stable ecological relationships. The completion of Charlotte Lockwood's genetic research using Maisie's unique biological characteristics enabled the development of treatments for genetic disorders that had previously been considered incurable. While the application of these discoveries to benefit human populations provided validation for research programs that had been driven by personal rather than institutional motivations. In the deep places of memory, where the echoes of ancient battles had been replaced by the sounds of new alliances being forged between species that had learned to recognize common interests in survival and prosperity, the foundations had been established for relationships that would determine whether the future would be characterized by cooperation or conflict between intelligence that had evolved according to different principles but shared common needs for territory, security, and the right to exist according to their own nature, rather than the demands of others who sought to impose artificial limitations upon forces that operated beyond any single species' capacity for understanding or control. As our long journey through the chronicles of Titans and mortals draws to its close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of a new age, where ancient powers walk openly beneath the same sky that shelters humanity's dreams and ambitions. In the deep places of the earth, Kong rules over realms that echo with the footsteps of his ancestors, while above, Godzilla maintains his eternal vigil over a world that has learned, through pain and wonder, to respect the forces that shape the very foundations of existence. The balance that was lost when mankind first sought to control what should have remained wild has been restored through sacrifice, understanding, and the recognition that some powers are meant to be guardians rather than servants. In the hollow chambers where ancient cities crumble and new alliances are born, the future writes itself in languages older than human civilization, yet somehow familiar to hearts that remember what it means to live in harmony with forces greater than themselves. Sleep now, fellow traveler, knowing that in a world watched over by kings both ancient and eternal, the morning will bring new wonders and the promise that some legends, once awakened, can indeed learn to dream alongside those who first dared to believe in them.